testify either for or against that. The only opportunity they have is audience participation. So we probably would need to move both of those items, sir.
That makes sense. Whatever the clerk thinks is best. I'm just trying to help them out so they don't have to watch all of the meeting if they don't have to.
If you want to move it before public hearings.
The clerk is telling me, do you want to move it before public hearings? That would be right under special orders, persons to be heard. We move audience participation to there and then move the reconsideration to right after that. Is that your wishes, sir, and is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
discussion? Yes.
could we, on the off chance that there's somebody who comes late, could we preserve an audience participation in case there's somebody who wants to speak to something else and comes late? So we do have an audience participation now, but also preserve an opening where we normally have it. Is that something we could do?
But the assembly could have probably would have already voted by that time, so if we would also have a second one at the regular time, but unless.
For additional people.
Yeah, for additional people. But if the assembly takes up the reconsideration at the beginning part, they still could testify, but the action would already have been taken.
I'm thinking of people who might want to talk to us about other subjects who may not have been counting on that being moved, and just
Okay.
preserving that opportunity in case there was
Okay,
somebody.
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
If I can just clarify, Assemblymember Nowers is asking if we move the audience participation to the beginning of the meeting to also have it at where we normally have it for new people that happen to come late.
Mhm. Is that acceptable?
It's up to the
Pardon?
Assembly.
Okay, because we can still, as long as we don't delete anything from the agenda, we just add to it, then we're fine as we add to the advertised agenda. Okay, okay.
Ask if there's any objection to moving audience
Okay.
participation and the reconsideration to the beginning
Then-
and keeping audience
I'm ready.
participation,
Okay,
having it twice.
okay. Should I ask for discussion first before I ask for objection? Okay, for any further discussion on the motion to move both audience participation and the reconsideration prior to public hearings under persons to be heard, but still leaving a portion of audience participation for new people at the regular time? Discussion by the assembly on that motion. Any objection to that motion? Okay, I didn't hear any. I don't see anything here. I didn't hear anything from online. So that will be, so you will, and the girls are okay? So we'll just need to have, okay, so they know about that. Okay. So I don't know if they will want to have 2 audience participations, or we'll just take everybody for the first one and worry about the other. Okay, great. Okay. Any further changes to the agenda by the assembly members? Okay. So I think then that is it. All right. So hearing no other amendments or no other pulling of items, the agenda now is approved as presented, as amended. Okay, so if you'll all stand, please. And Acting Deputy Mayor, would you lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next items on our agenda is the reports and correspondence. The agency report, Do we have a report from either of the three cities? Don't see anybody here, but in case somebody does, okay, I guess not. Do we have anybody from the school district? No? But I see Mr. Smolden is here for the state of Alaska. You'll come forth, Todd, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Todd Smolden with the Governor's Office in the Mat-Su. I just wanted to come by tonight and to see if anybody had any questions. As you know, the governor introduced his budget last week. When you look at kind of the thought process behind the budget, you will see that things that are statutory and constitutionally required have been fully funded. And then the capital projects were put in that would match federal funding. And I know that not everybody is happy with the budget. This is my 5th budget. And it's always too small for some people and too big for others. And everybody expresses their opinion about that. So that's great. That's part of the public process. And it really is a process. The governor introduces a budget. The governor works with the legislature. The legislature, changes that budget. And it's just part of the political process where everybody works together to create a budget that is passed and then signed. One of the pieces of the budget is a new revenue measure that the governor is proposing that requires legislation, and that is related to carbon credits and carbon sequestration. And some people are pretty familiar with this, but it is essentially the tax credits would be that the state of Alaska could receive revenue by not harvesting forests, and what we're looking at is forests that the federal government has already essentially told us that we can't harvest, like the Tongass and other areas. But then the sequestration part is actually taking carbon from corporations and also countries that are interested in reducing their carbon output and essentially storing that in empty basins, natural gas and oil basins. So, but that does require legislation. They've estimated that it could be up to $1 billion a year in revenue. And whether or not you agree or disagree with carbon levels and what they should be, the reality is that it's an economic opportunity that's out there. So I would encourage everyone to kind of look at that legislation. If you as an assembly believe it is something you could support, please do that. And that's about all I have, although I can take questions if anybody has them.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have questions of the state? Sure. For those of you that have looked through the budget, I won't say with a fine-tooth comb, but with looking at it closely, there was one item for the Point McKenzie area, but it talked about it being House District 8, which it is at the present time. So I texted or emailed, I guess, Todd and asked him, I said, I thought Point McKenzie was, in the Mat-Su Borough, not someplace else. And apparently, and Todd, you can correct me if I'm incorrect, but they're going for that for the old house numbers. And then when the new people are sworn in, then they rotate over to the new house numbers. Because right now the valley is numbers 25 through 30, I think, or 24 through 30,
Yes.
something like that. So, so that if you are looking at the budget, that is our Point McKenzie, and that is a project in the governor's budget for our Point McKenzie area. So Any other questions, comments? No? It's nice to have you back, sir.
Well, thank you, and please reach out if you have any questions. And like Madam Mayor did, I'm happy to answer them or
Appreciate
find
that.
the answer if I don't know the answer. So thank you.
Mhm. Thank you, Todd. You've always been very accessible, and we appreciate that. And the next item is joint assembly school board. We did not have a committee meeting, so there's no report there. Are there any public relations reports? Any assembly? No? Okay, and Mr. Manager, you have a report, I guess, huh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So several months ago, the Assembly passed a non-code ordinance to establish a roads task force and selected a group of folks to go out and do some fact finding. So tonight, the ordinance called for that report to be delivered no later than December 20th. So I'm going to invite Mr. Gary Foster up. He's the chairperson of the roads task force to deliver a report to the Assembly on their findings as requested by the Assembly.
Good evening, Assembly and Mayor, and the people of Matsu. I want to take this time to thank you for the opportunity to serve on the task force. It's been an eye-opening experience for us. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold, so my voice is not quite right tonight. I also like to thank the Matanuska-Susitna Borough employees that participated in the task force that gave us a massive amount of information that we wouldn't have had otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
A little background. Excuse me. And Mr. Two, I don't want to forget him. He was there almost every meeting, and being an ex-contractor, actually was able to give us a lot of information that we wouldn't have had. So, giving you a little bit of background, we did travel the roadways. We looked at the roadways and found them in various forms of disarray. The RSA 21 people provided us with some photos of past, actually last year, that we want to present to you and show you some of the issues that we ourselves had went through to get to the tasks or get to the final report that we've given you today. If you look at this picture here, what it's resembling is it's a cul-de-sac that was supposed to have been cleaned out within 24 hours of the snowfall. And you notice that the pile is still right in the middle. The redness is what's supposed to be removed from that cul-de-sac area. This is the contract code that it's in violation of. I'll stop here and point out that not only was that a failure of the contractor that was doing the work in that area, but it was also a failure of the borough road service superintendents that didn't point it out and didn't have it corrected when it was supposed to be. There was a lack of oversight, and I'm not saying that there's a lack of oversight now. I think you've got some people that you've gotten in place right now in that higher echelon of O&M that are starting to change things around and do them a little bit more correctly than they had been in the past. This one here is just the same thing, another cul-de-sac. I wanted to put two of them in here to show you that it wasn't just a single road issue. This is stuff that's going on borough-wide. If you look at the red portion here on this road, the the issue here is that all of the red portion should have been removed according to the contract, because the contract was supposed to have cleared the roads to a double lane road. And with this extra stuff being laying on the road, it starts narrowing the road. Like this year, if we don't keep up with that kind of thing, our roads are going to be down to a one-lane road in a lot of areas. And they actually are still down to one-lane road in a lot of areas today from a snowfall a week ago. This is the ordinance or the contract section that says that it's not supposed to be left in that direction, in that way. He was in violation of two different things in that one. Number one was that the contractor said that it couldn't have more than 2 inches of ice or snow on the roadway itself within 12 hours after the contract. Well, as you could see on that shoulder of the road, there was almost 6 or 7 inches of stuff left on the side of the road, and it should have never been left there. It should have been plowed off. Here's another one the same way. These are all different roads. If you look at the red vertical line there, that's where the edge of the road is at, and that's how much snow was actually left on our roadways. Same thing here. The red snow there on the right-hand side depicts the same issues, and look how deep that one is. It's almost 3 feet deep on the shoulder of our road, narrowing our roads in, and it shouldn't have been left that way. If you look in the back there where that truck is setting, that's an intersection. It's supposed to be a straight-through road that joins up with another one. But you'll notice that the truck is sitting almost in the middle of the road with a big, huge 4 to 5 foot snow pile that was in the side of the road. It should have never been left there. It should have been removed from the roadway. There is the law right there, the contract code again, that prohibits that from happening in cul-de-sacs and whatnot. Piles left in the roadway. As a matter of fact, it even says that in our contracts that if a homeowner pushes the snow piles from the road, from his driveway out into the roadway, the contractor is responsible to move it and put it back off onto the side of the road. So there's a lot of stuff that is not being enforced on our current contract. Here's another one. This is just ice that was left on a dirt road, and it measures a little over 4 inches deep. The contract says it can't be over 2 inches deep, and it also says that there should be, what did we say? Scarifying done on the road so that traction is always on the roadway. In other words, there should be no slick roads in the Matsu Borough. There should never be an icy spot because the contractors have scarfing blades that will allow them to rough up the road and make them not slick in those areas, at least not like a skating rink. We got the same thing here. This is right in the middle of the roadway, and we've got over 7 inches left there, and it should have been removed. Driving here, this kind of stuff being left on the roadway allows for the roads to stay in the conditions just outside your building where all of this humpity-bumpity stuff is. If they use scarfing blades on that road and they could level it out, it wouldn't be half as bad as it is now. But that's the city of Palmer. It's not us. Here, if you look, the water on the side of the road, that will freeze up every night. It'll get down into the asphalt. It will break up the roadway on the shoulder of that road, all of that water will run down the shoulder of the road and wash the shoulder of the road out. And I'm going to show you a picture here in a little bit that'll show you a little bit more of what we was seeing. This is just the section that says that no water should ever be left on the roadway. That's summer or winter, actually, because the contract says that during the wintertime, we should have a crown on our roadways, not less than 3%, no more than 5%. If our roads were capped like that, all of the water would run completely off of the roadway, and we wouldn't have the destruction that we have today on our roads. Same thing here. We see a lot of roads like this. This was a road in Big Lake, in the summertime, you can see right in that area where they left that, the road had washed away and the asphalt actually started falling in. This kind of stuff is destructive to our roads, costing us more and more money each year to try to keep them up because our contract is not being enforced. And if you're looking through the Road Task Force report, you'll notice that we said we would keep the current contract. We wouldn't go to a T&M because with a T&M, we get stuff like this. There's no guidelines for what has to be done like our current road contract does. So therefore, we would say we would stay with the current contract as it was, but enforce it because that's what we've had a lack of. Here, if you look on the back left-hand side, there's a road that goes up and around a hill, and that's a one-lane road. It's blind. If a person was going up around that curve, they wouldn't even see anybody until it was too late. So it's a real safety hazard that we've got out here. This is over in Big Lake as well, as you can see, and the ice and the snow that is piled up on the right-hand side of the road there takes up over half of that lane that's going up that hill, and it should have been pushed off according to our contract. Same thing here. We have ice and snow that's out in the middle of the lane that shouldn't be there. That causes massive destruction to our roads. And that's the reason that we're having potholes in the middle of the roadways. In Point McKenzie, we had some roads that were doing the same thing where the road water was running across the road and the potholes came in every year. We would get some potholes that were 4 to 6 inches deep in the middle of the road. So last year, our contractor done us a favor and he pushed everything off the shoulder of the roads. This last year, we didn't have potholes on Point McKenzie Road in that area. There were still some there from previous years, but we didn't have any of those break out this last summer. So we wanted to set an example of what it would be like if the roads were cleared properly, and it actually proved itself and caused a whole lot less money to maintain the road this year than it had in previous years. This one here, a grader hit the culvert. This will wind up costing us to repair this gutter end, and it really shouldn't, because that was a contractor fault. You can even see where over on the side where there was a pole that was indicating that the culvert was there, but it still got hit anyways. And it's still like that today. This is a perfect example here of the lack of maintenance that was done on the road. Again, we're looking at the contractor that's not doing his job by pulling our ditches every year. It's causing our ditches to just fill in with road material that we've put on there to keep the roads non-slick. That is causing us a real problem with drainage issues, and we've got to spend time with people getting out there, all because the contractor didn't complete his job. And our road service people, our superintendents, didn't write this up. That was a failure to maintain the contract. Same thing here. Just another one that got covered up and had flooding during the breakup because it was all piled up with several years worth of sand and gravel that had been left there to fill that culvert up. Another one here. This one here was in the middle of Point McKenzie Road right after the earthquake. It originally was an opening that was that big. We had an O&M supervisor, the O&M head person, I won't mention a name, that and the road superintendent that drove by this 3 times a week for 3 years and never said a word about that damage in the middle of Point McKenzie Road. It wasn't until actually I was taking Mr. Two out to see the roads and the damage that had been caused that had never been taken care of. If a motorcycle had hit this without any of that cover on there, he would have wrecked and maybe even killed himself. There again, I don't know why it wasn't addressed back when the earthquake happened, but it just didn't get addressed. This is the perfect example of a road that has not had the snow taking off the side of it. This is what you see in the summertime, the degraded road when this originally was reported, and it was reported by me because it was over in Big Lake on a road that I was on in Big Lake, and that portion was dropped down about 2 inches, allowing for that to break away. These are just some of the issues that we've spotted in our endeavors. There's the law that's saying, or the code that's saying that it should not have been left that way. It should have been taken away. The ditches should have been pulled. This is one that's been there for a couple of years. I don't know how it would have been left this way, but I can point out to you in this particular one, if you look at the left-hand side, you'll see the snow has went down on the bottom side of the roadway. But on the upper side, on the rear end side of the truck, you see that there's still snow on the roadway up there. That is causing the water to run away down the roadway, soften the roadway, and cause what it caused this poor lady to do in the meantime. This stuff should never happen. And that's all I've got for you as far as the video goes. As we stated, we would still recommend that you keep with the current contract per mile, because it's going to enhance our roads only if it's enforced. If it's not going to be enforced and we're not going to worry about it, then go to a T&M. That's the only way that I can really put it, because we may save money if we go to a T&M and we're not having to worry about whether or not the the contractor's doing his job. Vegetation. You wanted us to look into the vegetation. The borough has come up into an area where we have roads that have different speeds on them. The current contract, as it's written, only requires a clearance of 8 foot to be cleared off of a roadway at 55 mile an hour. How much time do you think you've got before a moose steps out in front of you? There's no way that you're going to get stopped. Some of them trees get really, really frost covered. The moose stand right behind them, right on the edge of the roadway. We really need to pay attention to the vegetation and get them moved back. In your report, you'll find that there's recommendations to keep it with the current contractor, and that's only due to the amount of time you've got to cut the roadways back. We're limited due to bird migratory conditions and things like that. So in the report, we get into a little bit more detail with that. I won't bother you with that tonight. Substandard roads. Obviously, we've got a lot of them. The last picture depicted one of those substandard roads. I don't know that an ambulance or a fire truck, either one, would make it back up that road in that condition. So therefore, we would put it in a substandard area. However, under the way we're currently doing business, with only fixing roads that are in disarray like that as a RIP, a road improvement project, it costs us too much because they're going to do the whole road with it or something. We recommend that some of that RIP money be put back into, or actually I should say stay into the maintenance area of the road projects so that we can do spotted areas and fix the spotted areas and make our roads traversable throughout the entire year instead of when it's frozen. And I believe that that is all I've got at this time. Do any of you others that was on the task force have anything to add? I don't hear anything.
Okay.
So I would like to thank you for your time. In the report also, there was this book that was mentioned. We do recommend that you keep with it, maybe update it, giving the RSAs a little bit more authority to manage the contract a little bit, not take the contract away from the borough, but let them kind of manage the contract. The new systems that you've got that have been put in, the GIS, I think it's called,
Problem reporter.
Problem Reporter, that we're finding as being an excellent tool, and things are starting to get taken care of with that. So that's one beautiful thing that the borough has done that has really changed the aspect of things. I was looking at it today, some of the reports that I made, and I found a map area that was on it. And I thought I was looking at the earthquake map because there was so many reports that had been made in the same area that I was in. So thank you for putting that system out.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question about the reporting system.
Go ahead.
So the way it works right now, and I just want to confirm I'm correct, is somebody files a complaint and then the contractor, once they fixed it, they change it to like a green or whatever. The contractor changes that back, right, to being handled. Is that correct?
Not at this time. I believe that the contractor, sir, actually closes the ticket. I believe that it was a request that there be an overwatch put in on that system where the contractor could say the ticket was taken care of, and then it would actually need to be signed off by the road superintendent or somebody in the O&M office before the ticket could actually be closed.
Yep, and that's where I'm headed with this. I just wanted to make sure I was make sure it was the way I thought it was. So thank you, sir.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Yunt as well. So the way the system, or the intent of the system, the way it's set up today, is that when a citizen or a resident puts in a problem or reports a problem, it'll show up red on the dashboard. Ideally, the contractor, when the issue is resolved, it would then change the color to a yellow, and then it would go to a green when the borough follows up and verifies that the work was completed. The challenge is that this is a new system, and we have legacy road maintenance contracts. So the 4 new road service areas that bid out this past summer have language in them that requires the contractor, to do that by contract. The other RSA contracts don't yet have that language in the contract. So to be perfectly honest, there has been some pushback from contractors about the additional requirement to close out that they have completed the work that's been reported. So we're working through that, but we have about, I guess it would be 12 contracts that need that contract amendment with that new language to actually require it contractually. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Foster, for all the great information. I know the manager and I have spoke very briefly just for a second the other day about maybe some possible ideas that might help in the future. But a lot of this sounds like it comes back to maybe not just having enough oversight or not having enough oversight at the right times. And I think maybe in the future, especially in the wintertime, you might want to look at possibly having our road superintendents work the same type of schedules as our code enforcement. So there's 7-day coverage, where maybe someone's Sunday to Thursday and someone else is maybe Tuesday to Saturday, or if we hired a 1,000-hour temp employee in the wintertime, so we had some extra help in the winter, where maybe they worked Wednesday through Sunday or something. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas there. I also think we might want to look at actually training our code enforcement officers are driving all over all the time. That's part of their roles and responsibilities. And so maybe we should put them through some training to where they can, if they spot something's wrong with the road, then they can actually put in a complaint themselves too. Or maybe when a complaint is made and the contractor says they fixed it, maybe they can be one of the people that sign off it as well. But I'm sure we'll be able to, by the time next winter comes around, we'll be able to make some minor adjustments to schedules and employees where we can, I guess, have more oversight or whatever. So thanks again, Mr. Foster. We appreciate it.
Assemblyperson Nowers, you had a question?
Yeah, through the mayor, just echoing some of those comments from Assemblymember Yunt, but mostly I just wanted to thank you for the hours of work that went into this. I'm sure we'll be talking about some of it, and just compliment whoever put this report together. It's very succinct, and it's very nicely laid out in terms of laying out what the problem is you looked at and what you considered in that decision. So thank you.
This is Joshua here and Jill. The other person is actually out of state right now, Darren. I don't know if he's on the phone or not.
You got some good writers, and it was really easy to go through, and I'm sure it'll give us some grist for making some future decisions. So
thank you for the input.
Okay. Any further comment? Yes, Assemblyperson 2, go ahead.
So I sat through a lot of those meetings. I think almost all of them. I missed a few, of course, but I'd say thank you guys. You did a lot of work and you put a lot of time and effort into it, and I greatly appreciate it. I think the whole borough, every citizen will gain from your report, and I greatly appreciate it. And I would say a little bit on that problem reporter, that if it's 2:00 in the morning and you're coming home and you see an icy road and cars are sliding off, you as a citizen can use that problem reporter, and it'll go right to the contractor right then, and he can get out there and sand that road for you. A few years ago, you'd call into the office, leave a message. 8 o'clock in the morning when they got in, they would check the message machine, and then they would relay it to the contractor to make that icy road go away. But by that time, who knows what could have happened. So
I
it's a
will
wonderful
add,
tool.
I will add on that note that, Point McKenzie has a community patrol. And when we found road conditions like that, we would take our community patrol rig and put it out there and keep people from going in those hazardous areas. And one night we spent out to about 2 o'clock in the morning waiting for that repair job from the Borough. And it never arrived. So we actually wound up getting somebody that had a Bobcat to come and fill in the holes from the earthquake so that people could still traverse the road. But what we found out later was that we could get some real fast reaction if we just called 911 and reported the road hazard.
Thank you again.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Advocate for 911 for road hazards, just to be very clear. I said we should not advocate for using 911 to report road hazards, just to be clear.
Yes.
Let the record show that Assemblyperson McKee arrived at 6:10 PM. Okay, you have anything else on your report, sir? No? Okay. So the next report will be from the attorney, and before he does that, we just want to acknowledge that at a recent Alaska Municipal League meeting, he was elected, appointed, volunteered. I don't know what the term is, elected. Oh, condemned, sentenced, okay, to being the president of the Attorneys Association for the state of Alaska. And so, now that he's duly embarrassed, we'll see if he has a report.
I do not, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
I don't have a report. I just wanted the assembly to know that I'll be out of the office starting tomorrow through the 28th, so through next Wednesday.
Okay, all righty. Do we normally say because the borough offices are going to be closed on Friday, right? So is there ever at the assembly meetings, any public announcement of those type things? So we'll be closed both on Friday and Monday, right? So in case any of you wanted to, need, and it's on Facebook, right? And then for New Year's, we'll only be closed on the Monday after New Year's. So just for your own information, if you're trying to get a hold of some of us, and a lot of us have our private stuff on Facebook and all I need. So if you come, the doors will probably be locked, but there's other ways to get in touch with us. So, all righty. The next item then is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments from the assembly on these items, the citizens and the other correspondence? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. And Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record, please?
IM 22246, reporting conclusion of contract number 21145B with Western Construction and Equipment for Donnell Street and Sapphire Road Improvement Project. IM 22254, informing the assembly of the manager's signature on amendment number 5 for a time extension only to PW 74 for the 2018 November Cook Inlet earthquake.
Thank you. The next item is persons to be heard. We do not have any requests. For those that were maybe a little bit late coming to the assembly meeting this evening, we did have a change in our agenda, which is going to take place now. We are moving a portion of the audience participation to now, And then we will have one also at the regular time. And then after this section of audience participation, the next item on the agenda will be the reconsideration of the motion regarding the Beverly Lakes management plan. So that has been changed, okay? I don't know if Assemblyperson McKee, if you were aware of that or not. And I do have for audience participation, a sign-in sheet. And when we're done with the people that have signed in, we will open it up to anybody. And this audience participation does not pertain just to Beverly Lakes. It can be any item, whether it's on the agenda or not, that you want to bring to the attention of the assembly and the administration. But we'll go ahead and do the people that signed up for audience participation. So Daniel Drape, yeah, come forward, sir, please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Drape. I live on Beverly Lake, 25 years. And I want to go over just some information I had submitted earlier, just to go over the thing again. And typically, Beverly Lake is 40 acres. That's not so big. But what I want to point out is that the geographics of that lake, a lot of ridge property all around that, which is at 25 foot high or more. That's pretty much where that all is, except the outlet. So Beverly Lake is about 3/4 mile long. And on Beverly Lake Road, that's where most all the residences are, which are on property that looks kind of like this. If you're going to build a house on it, all goes down, see? So noise levels on the lake can be amplified. I mean, even the loons get amplified there because that's the way it gets. And an airplane, we've all heard them, they're going to take off, little warm up, they take off. When an airplane does that, they're gone. But jet skis do not do that. They congregate. This endless din is just everywhere. Being outside is just really, it's just too much, the stress. As well as we have a lot of nesting birds on that lake. This last summer here, when there was no motorized vehicles on the lake because this was in process, we had a tundra swan that came back and nested this year. That was pretty exciting because they had been in there earlier before the jet skis ever showed up. There was also 3 pair of the greater loon there. We've always had 1 pair, but they were there, so they were there for nesting. And then, of course, there's a number of waterfowl that nest in the softer swamp fronty areas there, like mallards. They do pretty good there, but they all need their chance to eat. So loons teach their young in the middle of the water. That's why they're out there. They don't feed and teach them in the shallow waters because these are divers. They dive down. Your nesting birds, such as the mallards, they follow the lake all the way around as well as the tundra swans do. They're feeding in the shallow water and where all the brush hangs off. So that's what's going on with them. So I wanted to point that out, that then there is no public access to Beverly Lake if you want to go there with a boat and trailer to unload it. There never has been one. The landowners, they put your boat in off your property. That's the way that goes. There is foot access to Beverly Lake. You have to go down Selden here and get on Windy Bottom. This goes down to about maybe 100 yards. You can park there, compliments of fish and game. You can either go to Kallenbach Lake or up the hill into Beverly Lake for fishing. That's what they do there. So there isn't really much for emergency access around the place. I don't know how that would be handled. That'd be more or less up to them. They might access private property, I think would be the easiest. So then I want to point out also that the borough has got 46 lake plans in play right now. And 25 of those are no jet skis. So that said.
And time, sir, your time is up. Did you hear the bell? That's your time is up.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, if you have another 10 minutes or 10 words, you can go ahead and say them, but okay. All right. Thank you. The next person that signed up is Ed Jenker? Jenkin, I'm sorry.
Thank you. My name is Ed Jenkin, and I appreciate Madam Mayor, Mr. Brown, and Assemblymen taking the time that this process has taken for you. And I do want to point out that because I've been before you in a professional matter, that at this point in time, I am here solely as a owner and someone who lives on Beverly Lake. So I'll be speaking to the Beverly Lake plan.
Okay.
And I won't be speaking for or against an adoption of a lake plan. My concerns are more with the process that existed that brought the present plan before you. My concern is that it caused the community to be divided. The process was truncated, it was shortened, and rather than working through a process that allowed the community to develop a plan that could be brought forth in a more unified manner, there was a rush to get to a vote that was highly divided. There was statements that was made by staff that we don't have staff or time to do the process, which I would consider correctly. It seemed to be that it was rushed in order to get to a vote, recognizing, as we were told, that if we couldn't come to an agreement that at least 60% of the members on the lake had agreed to, the assembly would vote it down. Implication being, at that point, once we go through this process and any motion for a lake plan is defeated, well, then we could get back and try to work things out as a community. We are a small community. As has been noted by the previous speaker, there's no access to this lake for anyone with a boat. It's walk-in access. So this is really a local issue as far as I can tell. And honestly, in my profession, if I was to bring forth something, the decision-making body that was as divided as this, it would have been an embarrassment. I understand to some degree your statutory requirements. Nevertheless, I hope that you find a way to allow a lake management plan to come before you that can be adopted and promoted by at least the majority, at least 60% of those on the lake. I recognize that some in the community are more focused on the solution than the community. Nevertheless, it's my hope that if a lake management plan comes before you, as it has, for reconsideration, and it is voted down, and that there's some amendments that are made to bring forth a plan that would be considered more as a compromise, that this body would see fit to table that motion to a date certain and ask that the community get together and come back to you with comments on whatever that is, hopefully in a more unified manner as we try to work things out ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Angie, wait, is that Wade? Wade, Angie Wade.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dear Borough Assembly members, I also left a letter with Lonnie because I have to paraphrase because I'll get gonged if I read the whole thing. Chickaloon Native Village is a federally recognized Atna Dene tribe in the South Central Alaska. I'm Angie Wade. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the tribe. Sorry, I missed that part.
Thank you.
Governed by the Chickaloon Native Village Traditional Council, CVTC. Our ancestral territory encompasses much of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, and our traditional areas of influence overlap neighboring tribes. Actions that occur within the traditional ancestral territory and customary areas of use may impact our environment, our cultural resources, and the health of our tribal citizens and community members. CVTC opposes the proposed repeal of the 75-foot water body setback for structures originally adopted in 1973 by the Assembly Ordinance. We agree with the 1999 report, the Borough Consultant in the information memo, and with others, that a building setback is needed from water bodies. The current proposal repeal assumes that structures can be built near water bodies without harming the water body. Our experience is that this is not the case, and the borough's consultant agreed. Detailed reasons why structures should not be built to the edge of water bodies are in IM 23002 in the assembly packet. Additional reasons for protecting the often narrow strip of land between development, i.e. structures, and water bodies are provided by the Matsu Salmon Habitat Partnership, an informal group that the Matsu Borough and Chickaloon Village Traditional Council are both belong to. The proposal said the construction should be allowed, providing suitable soils for the stable foundation and building impermeable surfaces. Impermeable surfaces are not good for fish, and they have a litany of problems as noted in the letter. And wetland and riparian buffer zones are also needed to reduce flood, fire, damage to homes, and lots of other things. The proposal says that over the years, hundreds of homes have been constructed in violation of the 75-foot water body setback ordinance. The borough's own consultant report in the IM has made some common sense suggestions for how people can enjoy their lakefront property while protecting water bodies and the health of our fish. The fact that people have built inside the 75-foot setback doesn't make it non-polluting or non-damaging to fish. It means we need to consider the methods of enforcing the ordinance. Home contractors know the regulations, but what enforcement is levied if they build too close? I'll leave you my letter. Thanks.
Thank you. Extra?
Hello, my name's Joseph Pereira. Maybe just some great news for you guys. Nothing I need from you, but just information I wanted to share with you. And it is that approximately 10% of our population in the Matsu Valley is identified with disabilities or people with special needs. Then 13% of our population is identified age-wise 65 or older. Both of those categories of people have difficulties finding a place to come together and hang out and play. And so the Palmer Family Park is the solution. So I have a bunch of these flyers that I can show you guys, but what this is a family park designed specifically for people with special needs. Currently, there is nothing in the entire state that is all-inclusive and fully accessible. There are various parks throughout the state where there may be one item or certain things that somebody with special needs may be able to utilize, but the entire park is not accessible. And so that's coming to the Matsu Valley. So congratulations to you. It's costing the borough absolutely nothing, but hopefully it creates the platform for the entire state and the country to begin to modify their parks to where that it is fully accessible for everybody. So just a few things I want to point out: that it is completely free and open to the public park that's going to be built, fully inclusive and all accessible. The entire playground has rubber safety surfacing. And so if you have a wheelchair, or if you use a walking stick, or if you're elderly and it's difficult to step in wood chips or those types of things, it's a safety surfacing, but it's a solid surface that'll be there, fully enclosed. Some folks with special needs that have that'll run a lot of times. And so it'll be enclosed so you don't have to worry about kids running off or anything. There's ramp access to what's called the coolest thing, which is this huge maze that gets them to go up to slides and play with everything. There's a we-go-round, so it's kind of a merry-go-round, so kids or people with wheelchairs can actually wheel onto it and be on a merry-go-round. A pavilion's going to be there for groups to have parties, barbecues, and stuff like that. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, share it with the community. I do have plenty of these flyers if anybody wants to know. I think we're pretty close to being fully funded for it. It's a little over, I think, around $800,000 mark for it. And so, we have folks that are sponsoring it and grants that are being done and, just raising grassroots awareness for it and stuff. So just wanted to share that with you guys that that's coming to the Matsu Borough. So I don't know if
Great.
you have any questions about it. I can answer anything. Yes.
Yeah, so excuse my voice, I've just got whatever's going around. Where's where's it going to be?
So it's going to be on Hammer Road, right across from the Tranquility House. There's a Palmer Family Church, and there's a big lot. Beacon Hill uses the facilities as well. So it'll be on private property, no upkeep on the borough or city's dime or anything.
Good for you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good for the community.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So I do have these. I don't know if you guys want, or if anybody in the community wants one. Am I able to just leave these somewhere for folks to?
Outside the door. There's a table outside the door.
There's
Okay.
a lady there waving to you. She'll take them.
Perfect. I tried to hurry before the bell rang too, but I'm a pastor, so I talk too much, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Pastor. Julie?
My name's Julie Pollard, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak, and I also appreciate the information I received from the road maintenance, what they did. It was quite enlightening, but one of the key things that we had, especially with the last snowstorm, is they are not cleaning the cul-de-sacs out. And we are in a cul-de-sac where there's homes, and the cul-de-sac I live in, nobody's under the age of 60. And you have small cars, and you do not get out. But in Tabernash subdivision, all the other little roads were plowed out completely. This is a problem. I also tried to use your website, and it wanted me to download something into my computer, which I will not do. I did call it in twice. I got no call back. And that is my complaint. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Julie. Matt Lynn? Is that what you'd say that is? Matt? Matt? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. We'll find out.
How you doing, assembly people? I'd like to thank you guys for those of you that have answered the phones and all the work you guys have done for Kelsey, especially for putting together the project. It's been a 2-year endeavor that my wife and Brittany have put together. This, plan, went around, got petitions, worked really hard for this Beverly Lake management plan. I would just like you guys to reconsider your votes and pass it, because like Dan said, it's a small lake. It's not big. It's not big lake. If you want to ride your jet ski, that's great. But there's a time and there's a place, and Beverly Lake is not one of them. For one, there's no access. If there was an accident on that lake, there's no way for the dive teams to even get there, because I know for a fact, because there was an accident on Beverly Lake, and the Westlake Fire Department went down our road asking each and every house if there was a boat ramp, so they get their dive boats in there, so they could get to a person that was drowning. The person didn't drown, but still, if there was an accident, they wouldn't have time to get there. It's just too small of a lake, and it's a safety issue is what it is. So that's all I got.
And can you state your name, please?
It's Matthew Link.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Jennifer Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly, for having us back once again. My name is Jennifer Smith. I've been a resident of Beverly Lake since 2004. My family very actively uses the lake year-round. We don't own jet skis, though we own boats, paddle boats, a party barge, kayaks, paddle boards, a jet boat, a 15-horse lake boat, and an ocean boat. So we have one of every boat. We've enjoyed running most of them on the lake aside the ocean boat. And for the most part, I think my role in this was trying to help with the compromise. I do have friends on both sides, so that was really important for me to work on that. we were being semi-productive for a bit there. But I think fine tuning the final pieces of it, we needed some help to work that through. But I feel like as a community, once we all came together and shared, people that owned the jet skis were new to the lake. So once they saw what the community's concerns were, the lake use completely changed. I think people have been really, really considerate of one another on both sides. I think that they're trying to not overuse the lake. I don't see it being a problem with birds or anything like that. I saw loons at the boat launch at Big Lake. So loons are not scared really of the boats. So I just hope that the chance to reconsider will allow us to come to a better compromise. I didn't vote for the compromise because it wasn't my initial choice. I would have voted for it if I would have realized that it wouldn't have gotten thrown out as a compromise. Does that make sense? The reason why I didn't vote for the compromise was mostly due to enforcement. That also is a big concern for me, having friends on both sides. So now if I put my jet boat in the lake to do a lap with my kids on a knee board, are my friends or neighbors going to report me for that? So I want to find a way to avoid that sort of thing from happening. I feel that the community should have gotten together for potlucks. We're a really great bunch of people. We all love our lake. We love birds, and we love the activity of winter and summer. The snow machines are equally as loud to a jet ski. So I don't feel like noise is an issue. If our windows were open when the snow machines go by, it will be just as loud, maybe louder. Thank you for having us tonight, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Paul, sure. Paul?
You would have been the first if you could pronounce it. My name is Paul Schranz, a resident of Beverly Lake, and Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns today. The intent and purpose of formulating a lake management plan for Beverly Lake was not and is not motivated by malicious intent. Rather, as a result of rebuffed and or ignored attempts by residents to address and resolve multiple problems arising from use of very powerful high-speed watercraft. Oops, lost my place. On the lake. As a result, it was discovered that by the concerned residents that there is a process in place through the borough for redress. This process was followed from start to finish, and ultimately a majority of the voting residents voted and passed by a majority to implement a lake management plan per borough code. My hope is that all of you will respect that effort that was put forth throughout this process and for the majority of folks who did in fact vote for a lake management plan. The plan will, if implemented, allow for inclusive use by multiple stakeholders daily at the same time, as opposed to inclusive domination of the lake by only a few at one time. And secondarily, I would like to point out that within the state of Alaska, the leading cause of death and accident are preventable accidents. And by allowing very powerful high-speed watercraft on this very small lake with the potential mix of residents, be they on a flotation device, a raft, swimming, fishing in small boats, is not an if, but a when. And given my profession, I've unfortunately had to be on the backside of treating such folks after these accidents that were preventable. And it's pretty heartbreaking sometimes when we know that it was preventable. Thanks for your consideration.
Mm-hmm. Paul, before you leave, is there somebody else here by your same name? It looks like you've signed in twice, or somebody signed in for you.
She's in a Christmas cookie swap thing, and so she's not here.
Okay.
But I'm going to get some of those cookies.
All right. Jackie, go for it.
Good evening, Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. I'm in District 2. I want to talk to you tonight about what's being passed out. It happens to come from the World Integrated Trade Solutions website, and you will see that in 2018, they were exporting COVID-19 tests. In 2018, this was a planned event. I want you to know that Tony Fauci was deposed on November 23rd by two state district attorneys, Louisiana and Missouri. And for 7 hours, he was under oath, and he said he couldn't recall 174 times. He said he'd locked down the entire nation because of something from China. And he also failed to recite one area, one rule that showed that masks worked. And the reason I am bringing this up to you right now is because I understand you're getting a new employee, and he's coming from the Museum of Palmer. Now, I wrote a cease and desist letter to the nonprofit that runs the Palmer Museum, because on their very opening page, it says that the town of Palmer sits on the unceded lands of the Dena'ina peoples. Okay. Unceded means there is no treaty in effect. And I happen to know that in 1971, the Alaska Native Settlement Act was signed by Richard Nixon, and it gave money to the tribes in exchange for lands lost. Lands lost would be all of the territory of Palmer. I've also looked at the acknowledgement that's in the school district and at the acknowledgement in Anchorage, and neither of those say unceded. There is nothing about Palmer that is in the hands of the native tribes. And I find it, I'm married to an Indigenous American, okay? I have Indigenous children. But I find nothing that shows that the city of Palmer and the residents of Palmer are sitting on land that is not theirs. And now that this employee is working for the Matsu Borough, I would seriously, and I will be watching, to make sure that the trails are not acknowledged as being part of the unceded territories, because there are no unceded territories. I told them that it's fraud and it's bordering on fraud, and I would be looking into it if I have to. That is the reason. I also want you to know that there's a thing called the Fogen effect, F-O-E-G-E-N. Professor or Dr. Fogen was published in the Western Journal of Medicine because there's a Kansas study, and they chose Kansas because 50% of the population was masked and 50% of the population was not masked during the COVID era. And the people who were unmasked had a much higher infection rate, but the ones that were masked died at a rate that was 1.5 times higher. In other words, for every 1,000 people that died who were unmasked, 1,500 died who were masked. Masks are dangerous, and I'm bringing it up because if you go on the Palmer Museum site, same gentleman, same employee that you're getting, you will find under COVID mitigation that they require their employees to be masked and people to social distance, and they still have everything in effect. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Kindred. Okay.
Zamzow.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Kendra Zamzo. I'm a member of the Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I also work for Chicaloon Native Village. That's just to give you some of my background. I am here on my behalf, not on theirs at all. I'm representing myself professionally. I'm an environmental chemist, which means I understand information about chemical changes in soil and water. I am here to speak against Ordinance 23002, the proposed changes to the borough setback ordinance. The setback is needed even more today than it was when it was put in place. The Borough Planning Department should be able to provide you with information on how much money they have spent buying out homes that were flooded by streams and rivers, and how many more could not be bought out. They can probably provide you with information on how much damage was caused to homes when Willow Creek jammed with ice in 2019 and flooded in the winter. Encouraging structures to be built closer to streams will only make this problem worse. Rivers and streams do not stay in one place. They move. They undercut their banks. There's erosion. Multiple high water events can start to affect houses. Many of you know Ed Musial, who has his house on the Matanuska River, who did, he's passed now. He was nearly a half a mile away when he bought that house, and now it's sitting almost in the river. They move, they're dynamic. And because I am on the Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, I thought I should mention some impacts to fish and how cold water fish like salmon respond when development is near streams. When vegetation that shades the streams is removed, streams warm. When insecticides enter the streams, fish start to lose the food they need. When streams warm or oil enters or tires wear and shed material, all these cause heart problems in fish. Sometimes there's immediate effects, sometimes they're sublethal, and you start to see it when they come back, when they're stressed, migrating back upstream. There's something called the urban stream syndrome, which is caused by stormwater runoff from developed areas. It's recognized by coho that are dead and dying before they spawn. The Matsu Borough and others have spent millions replacing culverts and improving fish passage in the borough. The dead coho that were observed due to urban runoff were found after culverts were replaced, after habitat was restored. What happened was they opened up stream blockages and the fish went right up into a pollutant trap. The solution that seems to work is to place soil and vegetation between the developed areas and the streams. They're called bioretention swales. It's essentially putting a vegetation buffer between the development and the stream. Right now, we're here talking about potentially removing those buffers if we repeal this ordinance. I urge the Assembly to not move this proposal forward. Enjoy your waterfront properties, but protect your own interest and protect the interest of fish. Thank you very much. Oh, and may I leave a copy of my letter with Lonnie?
You most certainly may. Craig Odom?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly. I stand here before you with great concern and dismay. It's come to my attention that any Assembly member at any time can submit an amendment to any code or process that is being done here this evening without any formal process of notifying the residents that were involved in the original initiation of this code. You can simply do it. Let me remind each of you as Assembly members here tonight that you were voted into the position that you now hold. Residents of the Matsu Borough voted respectively, and those votes were counted, and a winner was determined. As a result, you are sitting here tonight. Again, I remind you, we the people followed, obeyed, complied with the rules and the process that you have put in place. We voted, the votes were counted, and a winner was determined for the Beverly Lake Management Plan. After an official borough meeting, members of the Assembly voted, a majority was reached, and there was a winner. Now, after the fact, Borough Assembly member requested a reconsideration for his vote. I'm not asking, I'm not telling, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm simply stating, put your personal preferences, likes, desires aside on this issue. Put on your official Borough Assembly member hat and approve this plan as originally written. Again, we followed, we complied, we obeyed this process to a T. How can you not approve this plan? If you don't like how the code is written, then change it. But you cannot change or move the goalpost or rewrite narratives in the middle of the process, especially after votes were cast, counted, recorded, and accepted. If you don't accept the results, what kind of message are you sending to the residents of the Mat-Su Borough? A message of no integrity, no trust, no ethics, no faith, no honor of our elected officials? A message of who cares what codes are officially on record, or we'll simply pick and choose the ones that we want to follow, regardless what the residents have to say or how they vote. Lastly, I'd like to ask each of you to reflect why you wanted to be a member of this assembly. I think it's because you have integrity, you have trust, you have honor, and you are ethical, and you have the faith of the people who elected you to do the right thing. Let me ask you this. Does this sound familiar to each of you? I, state your name, have been duly elected to the official office of the Mat-Su Borough Assembly with the term beginning, do solemnly swear that I will support, defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of Alaska, and the Mat-Su Borough, and that I will honestly, faithfully, and impartially discharge my duties as an assembly member to the best of my duty, so help me God. Please pass this plan.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I did not get the gentleman's name.
I'm sorry, what?
I did not get the gentleman's name.
Craig Odom.
Odom.
Craig Odom, O-D-O-M.
Okay. Mary, what do you think? Tillo? Tillo? Here she comes. She'll straighten us out.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly peoples. Mary Lillo, L-I-L-L-O.
Okay.
And I support Beverly Lake Plan A. I've lived on Beverly Lake since 2011. So I'm in total support. So I hope you pass it. That's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. William Bill something or another. William? William, and his last name is Bills-Binch or something? Okay, all righty. We will come back then. Okay. Thank you. Brittany, how do you spell Fred's last name?
my last name.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all very much for having us here tonight and listening to us speak. My name is Brittany Elsass. It's E-L-V-S-A-A-S. And I've lived on Beverly Lake for 14 years. I want to start out by saying that I have come out with something positive during this whole process. I think Kelsey and the borough had done a great job involving the Beverly Lake community. I was involved with the first part of the process, going around and knocking on neighbors' doors for a signature for the petition. The community meetings that were held, you had to sit in a little room in the library with neighbors and talk about all the issues that everyone's having. I have met some pretty amazing neighbors on both sides of the issue at hand, whom otherwise I might have never met or talked with if it wasn't for the process that we had to follow. I believe the borough's process was made with the intention to hopefully get neighbors together and come up with some sort of agreement or solution to the problems that they are having. But as we can see, this did not happen with the community on Beverly Lake. It's obvious our lake is having issues that cannot be resolved, or we would not be here before you today. My hope at the prior community meetings would have been that the few people that have jet skis or a high-powered boat whom were at the meetings would have come to the realization of how many people they are affecting on this lake. No matter what way you look at it, whether it's for safety concerns or property damage of docks and erosion for the wildlife or the noise you're creating, it is causing issues in a community, period. People are upset for legitimate reasons that shouldn't be ignored. That's why we are here asking for assembly members' help
That is why Beverly Lake community members went to the borough for help. The only option we were given from the borough to help with this matter is to follow the rules and procedures for setting up a lake management plan. We followed borough rules, procedures, and code in order to stand before assembly members today in hopes that you all would uphold borough code and appreciate the process that we went through. I just feel like, was this whole thing just a waste of everyone's time? Do these rules and this process exist for no reason whatsoever? There's nothing wrong with the process, I think. Beverly Lake community members have put a lot of time into this. And at the end of the day, I'm asking you to vote yes for the lake management plan that has once again been put before you today. We put in the work, we followed the rules, regulations, and procedures, and on top of it, we got a majority vote from our community, which per borough rules written in borough code, it says a majority vote is needed in order for a lake management plan to pass. So I am hoping you vote yes to adopt our lake management plan. And thank you all for your time. Happy holidays.
Yeah, thank you. Mike Wood?
How's that? Mayor, manager, assembly, and public. I am here tonight. My name is Mike Wood, and I'm here tonight to talk about Resolution 23002. My name is Mike Wood. I come from Chase, Alaska, and I'm the chair of the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'm here on their behalf tonight. So this is for them, not for my personal testimony. And so I'm just going to read this to make sure it's all legit, okay? I stand before you to discuss the agenda item X-C, the proposal to refer the Planning Commission Ordinance 23-002 to allow buildings to be rebuilt within 25 feet of a water body. The Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission was formed in 2007 to represent the interests of the borough in the conservation and allocation of fish and wildlife and habitat. Mat-Su Borough Code 4.75 states that the Fish and Wildlife Commission shall advise and make recommendations to the Assembly on the conservation and allocation of fish, wildlife, and habitat. Since Resolution 23-002 proposes changes that would impact the quality and quantity of fish and wildlife habitat in the Mat-Su Borough, the Fish and Wildlife Commission respectfully asks for an advisory opinion on this proposed ordinance. As chair of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, I would like to highlight several facts that pertain to the proposed ordinance changes. One, since 2011, the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission has been a key player at the Alaska Board of Fisheries meeting, advancing proposals designed to return more salmon to the Mat-Su streams. We are presently preparing for the 2024 Board of Fish meetings. Two, sport fishing has a huge economic impact on the Mat-Su, where the 2017 study showed over $57 million were spent in direct spending in the Mat-Su. Three, the Mat-Su Borough has received and recognized for its investment in fish passage and increasing salmon access to spawning habitat. Since 2001, over 100 culverts have been converted, opening up 66 stream miles and 6,224 lake acres of fish habitat, an investment of already over $20 million. Four, cold water refugia has recently been shown to be critical for salmon in our ever-warming streams, especially ones like the Deshka River, which is our key source for Chinook salmon management up here. And finally, number 5, in the 2021 Mat-Su Borough Strategic Plan, you, the Assembly, identified one threat to the Mat-Su Borough as declining fisheries. May I just sum this up? Finally, the history of the water body setback ordinance is useful to consider. It was 75 feet when it was first adopted in 1973. In 1986, the setback was reduced to 45 feet. And then 1 year later, in 87, the setback was put back to 75 feet. The Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission has the expertise and capacity to advise the Assembly on the proposed water body setback changes. Fish and wildlife are important to the valley residents and integral to the high quality of life here.
On December 15th, the Fish and Wildlife Commission unanimously passed a motion indicating our desire to provide comment to the Assembly on the proposed setback changes. Thank you for your consideration,
Thank you.
all your time.
You have a copy of that for the clerk. Thank you. Okay. Tish Link. You don't.
Tish
have
Link, L-I-N-K. Did you
You
have?
don't have, didn't you, aren't the one with the children?
I am the one with the
son?
children. I told them they were freed from their holding duties and they could do something else tonight. Merry Christmas to them, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Tish Link, L-I-N-K, Madam Mayor and Assembly. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I know your phones have been blowing up all week. I know your emails have been stocked full. I think that my husband talked to each of you and I overheard most of that. I may have jumped in on the conversation here and there. I was super impressed with every one of you. You are very diplomatic no matter what side of the fence you were on. And I really appreciate what you guys are doing here tonight and just for the borough in general. I think you guys are all in a seat for a good reason. So I appreciate that. I already said my piece on the phone with you guys this week or in my email, so I don't have much to say except for a really cool fact I wanted to point out. And that is when we went through all of our numbers, which kind of last week we went over that, the numbers got a little confusing. There's 35 total lake owner parcels that returned their ballots. 20 were for the plan and 15 were against or for no plan, which is 57%. So I want to point out that 7 members on the Assembly, 4 against or for, and 3 on the opposite is also 57%. And you guys pass laws and rules on that all the time. So we are asking that you please adopt our plan based on 57%. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor? Chad Scott.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Assembly. My name is Chad Scott, S-C-O-T-T. My friends in the Meadow Lakes have asked me to come and speak to you today on a few issues. Of course, the Beverly Lakes Management Plan. First of all, I'm, like one of the gentlemen mentioned earlier, I'm not for or against the management plan as a whole, but I do have concerns about the process. Like Ms. Link just mentioned, the fact that we have a 51%, and of course, I understand that the process, the way it's laid out, I believe it's implied that the 51% is to get it to the Planning Commission to start that process. That may not be the final result, but the lack of clarity, an expectation, or even a minimal code at all is creating difficulty in the community, where you can see the community's trying to come together. But if there is a 60% benchmark that has to be met, that needs to be either in the code or in an ordinance of some kind, or pointed out somewhere so it's mentioned by a representative, but it's not actually in the code. And it may be an unwritten rule that you're basing some of your votes and decisions on, but there's no clarity, or there's no code or ordinance that's actually speaking to that. So I think the lack of that leadership from the borough is what's creating the difficulty for the community. If you guys could help with that process, or if you're not going to approve it, give them a chance to reconcile and make changes. Again, I'm not for it or against it. I grew up jet skiing in Big Lake, and probably there should have been ordinances and codes written to protect the community from people like me. But regardless, some kind of system, especially for smaller lakes, should be, or at least a minimum code, I think still should be in play. And with whatever time I have left, I want to mention also for the CIP for Meadow Lakes, they asked me to speak in favor of funding the parking lot for Baldy Mountain at the backside of Meadow Lakes, if you could consider that. So we can begin the process of talking to landowners and addressing issues. I believe it's a good thing for everyone involved. We can address a lot of issues. It's obviously being used already with very little oversight or protections for the community there. And I know a lot of us kind of grew up, going out in that area, and I'd like to see it protected and utilized. And so I know Meadow Lakes would like to be part of that process, and whatever we can do to help that. Appreciate all your guys' service. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Olga?
Hello, I'm Olga Losik. Thank you, Assembly, for giving us another chance to come and speak tonight about Beverly Lake Management Plan. I actually think we spend more hours on these meetings than total amount of hours in the whole summer that any of us combined, all of us combined, use boats or jet skis on that lake. It's been sad to see that this situation split neighbors so much, and it could have been resolved by just talking to each other and get together for potlucks. We had 52% of shoreline property votes in favor of the plan and 48% against it. We basically split in half. Even in Senate, for anything to pass, 60% of votes needed. Borough needs to reevaluate this old code and change it, and it should be changed before you vote on this plan. We invested our livelihood savings on building or buying our homes in Beverly Lake, and our voices need to be taken into consideration. We're also people. According to 7 different appraisers that were surveyed, that all said that homes are more valuable on motorized lakes. If this plan passes, our property values will go down, and we'll be requesting Borough to reduce our property taxes, and it will be harder for us to sell our houses in the future. I also want to talk a little bit about many flaws in the whole process. After we had our last assembly meetings here, I talked to a few of my neighbors, and they were not aware that there were any meetings since they didn't get any notifications. Initially, when Kelsey sent out a letter that the process of lake management will be starting, in that letter she wrote if people wanted to be notified by email. So if they put their emails, they got the notifications. If they didn't put that in the first email, they never heard anything about it anymore. So they didn't get any communication. The only other time that people got anything in their mail was the ballot to vote. And who knows if some of these people didn't, if they didn't even receive the ballot, the people that didn't vote. Another big issue that we had is when we had our last meeting in the library, we were all notified that we'll vote our final vote that day and had official ballots prepared. When we were there and trying to work on a plan and a compromise, at the end of the meeting, because the other people didn't want to ban all motors anyways, didn't like the compromise plan that was proposed on that meeting, Kelsey at that last meeting decided that we actually not going to vote that day on that, not on that plan and that day, but instead send us mail-in vote with other options of most restrictive plans that was proposed by neighbors that wanted to restrict everything. For example, if we have election day in November and we all go to vote, one party doesn't reschedule the election day because not enough people of that particular party didn't show up to vote. This is exactly what happened when we had proposed plan, but they didn't like it, they just changed it. The borough employee in the process acted more as a lobbyist the whole time practically, especially at the end, for the lake management plan instead of neutral borough employee. So we're asking Assembly to not vote for the plan as proposed or vote for a compromise plan like using boats on odd or even days or weekends so we can all enjoy a couple nice days in the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Good evening, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak again. And I'm here to speak about the Burial Lake. And again, my name is Paul Losick. Some of the complaints of why we are here is about wildlife, noise, constant use of boats and jet ski. Considering few warm days out of the summer, I think it's just exaggerated. We used our jet ski only 2 hours this summer, and previous summers maybe a few hours more. I haven't seen much motorized activity on the lake through these years that we lived on Beverly Lake. Our family is fairly new to the Beverly Lake community. We bought the property and built our house in 2019. Looking in buying a lake property, one of the major criteria was to buy a lake property which had no restriction and pleasant community. And finally, we found one. This is why we purchased the property and invested into it, so we can raise our kids enjoying the lake as a family, being able to use our motorized watercraft safely and responsibly. We do concern about our kids' safety as well as others. This is why when the weather permits, which is only a few days out of the summer, and our family wants to go for a ride on a jet ski, we usually go over safety instruction and lessons about being considerate. This is why if there's multiple people on the lake using kayaks or paddle boats and so on, we abstain from using our motorized watercrafts at the time, and I believe others do the same. now living our dream on the lake property and seeing other families as well enjoying the lake with respect and understanding of others. As a Beverly Lake community, I believe we can manage and live in harmony as a neighborhood with respect and understanding as it was many generations before, raising our families, using lake in a manner that will bring us closer instead of dividing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Barry? Diane Barry?
Good evening. I'm Diane Barry. I think I spoke to most of you today. So I won't go into a lot of detail. I just want to reiterate that my parents purchased property there on Beverly Lake back in the early 60s. And we have three lots there. And my kids grew up basically on that lake, learned how to water ski. Like I said, the lake hasn't changed in size. And if it was good enough for them to be able to learn how to water ski, I have grandkids that have learned how to water ski on the lake. And now I have great grandkids that would like to learn how to ski on the lake. There's not been any, I don't think I haven't seen any misuse of watercraft on there. I live at the very end of the lake on the Wasilla end of the lake. And I have a full view of what goes on the lake. I watch the swans. They come right up to the deck and looking for a little tidbit. And we have the loons and the ducks. We had like 3 families of ducks that were there this summer. So the wildlife is not an issue. If anything gets the wildlife, it's the owls and the eagles. And I just feel that, you know, we've been there for almost 60 years. And it's really hard to see new people come in and try to change things with, you know, because they have had some little issue or some little problem that they didn't take to the people that were involved in it. I think that neighbors should be able to talk to each other if they have an issue, a problem, you know. So with that, I just would like to leave things like they are, or I would be for a compromise. And I think that would be a fair deal. But to just change our whole way of life after being there all these years and having 5 generations there, it just seems not real fair. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Brenda Owens?
Yeah, that's my bad handwriting. It's Davis.
It's-
My name is Brenda Davis. That's my mom. And like she said, my grandparents were the first ones on the lake in 1965. They were the first to purchase. We're 5 generations, which makes up about 40 of us that are here and on the lake and using it regularly for ice skating and fishing and every possible thing. That's not counting the out-of-state family. We have the property at the lake on the end, so we see it the long direction, end to end, and we can see everything that goes on the lake, as opposed to the majority of houses are on the short side, you know, looking that way from the road. The very first initial ballot, which determined if the issue was going to move forward and proceed, we did not receive our 3 ballots for our 3 pieces of property, so that was an issue. Dozens of people that are not on the lake received their ballots, so that's an issue for me. Mail is not certified. We don't know who's getting the mail or signing or voting and mailing it back in. I'm going to talk about property values. We've had people that gave testimony about property values one way or another. And as much as 20% of a difference can be your sell value or your property values, depending on if it's motorized or not. I have paperwork to leave you for that with those appraisers and those realtors' comments and opinions. I'd like to end by pleading with you and the board to remember that the Borough Planning Commission rejected the proposal. The borough ordinance is very poorly written. The process is messy at best. During this process, we were told it would have to pass by 70%. We were told 60%. We were told 50%. There's never been collisions on the lake or injuries on the lake. I feel it's extremely inappropriate to purchase property on a lake or in a subdivision and then try to change the rules or covenants. Therefore, I'm asking for no changes to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Fine Wright.
Good evening. My name's Leslie Wright. First things first, I'm part of the 5th generation of Beverly Lake. Our family has homesteaded there. As far as the wildlife goes, I've been there for 45 years and there has not been any issues with the wildlife. They're still there. Matter of fact, there's probably more so than there was 20 years ago. There's 11 surrounding lakes, so if there's not a lack of waterways for wildlife. I know there's newcomers on the lake and they're concerned about their kids' safety. You can put out wake buoys, swim noodles that are roped off in sections. Some people have made references to kids being mean to the wildlife or birds. That's not a motorized issue nor a bird safety issue. That's a parenting issue. There's been references to when family visits, they don't like hearing motorized vehicles. Well, those folks knew when they bought that property that that was a motorized lake, and it always has been, and it always should be. It should continue that way. Again, you don't move in somewhere and try to change horses midstream because you don't like it now. So I would hope that you guys would keep it the way that it is, or come to some sort of compromise, but not just to take it away completely. I think it would be very unfair. Again, myself being 5th generation, I learned to water ski on the lake. My grandparents were one of the very first homeowners that built there. And honestly, it's not a huge lake, but it's not small and it's not going to grow any bigger. As far as I don't see it getting that unsafe or wild for people to really have to worry about anything detrimental happening as far as like deaths and safety issues. And there is a public access to that lake. So if EMS did need to access it, there is a public access. I don't know. Apparently they don't know where it's at, but it is, and it's on the map. You can find it on the XD Hunt also. So it is right next to the property that my family owns, and it always has been there. So with that being said, I'm asking you to keep it the way that it is or come to some sort of compromise that works for everyone, not just take it away completely. I think it would be very unfair to our upcoming generation on all sides. Thank you.
Leslie, I don't know that you stated your name for the record. Would you do that for me, please?
Leslie Wright.
Okay,
Thanks.
Kelly Leader.
Hi, Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Callie Leader. I am here to ask you not to pass a lake management plan so that this community can get together still more and work some things out. My family, like the Fine family, bought the property on Beverly Lake in the 60s. My in-laws built a small house, and my husband and I have lived there since 1981. We raised our kids along with some other kids on the lake that learned to water ski. And now people have jet skis, and that's okay because it's a way that people have to learn to do things on the lake and to use the lake. And the lake was, I believe, was meant to be used by people. And over the years, I anecdotally have taken observations as a biologist by training about the wildlife on our lakes. We have a stock lake, so the fishing is good in the summer and the winter. We have birds that come and go. The original pair of loons that was there when I moved there in 1981 nested at the far west end of the lake. The loons now are nesting at the eastern end of the lake. There was a pair that nested on the lake in between those two that nested closer to the Fines house. We've had, when I originally moved there, there was only one pair of ducks for many, many years. Now we have anywhere from 3 to 5 female families, and so we have plenty of ducks on the lake. When I was first moved there were never any swans there. There was one year, a couple years in the 90s when we had grebes, and they unfortunately brought swimmer's itch to our lake, but then they left. And the swans have only been there for about 20 years, not and not all of those years were they there. This year, the pair of swans nested on Kalmbach Lake originally, and then came back and forth across the little ridge to our lake. And seems like about each time they came, they lost a baby. They ended up with 2 out of 7 at the end. And so the wildlife is really in good shape there. So it hasn't, people being over the 40 years that I've lived there, 41 years, the wildlife hasn't been affected by having people on the lake with boats. So I really ask you to, I'm glad you're reconsidering. I'm asking you to not pass a plan and let our community get back together again.
Thank you. Shelley Tillett. Hi.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. The
Okay.
swans, ducks, and loons have been on the lake longer than any of us that have lived there. The motorboats, the jet skis, our lake is too small to have them running around. They've got to slow down. The skiers that are behind the boats or the jet skis can't even stay up. So we need to have the plan enacted so we can have a little bit more peace and quiet on the lake. And that's what we're there for, is we retired and stayed on our property. And everybody that wants to have speedboats, let them go to bigger lakes. Thank you.
Shelley, I need you to say your name, please, for the record.
Pardon me?
Say your name for the record, please. Thank you.
My last name is Tillett, Tillett.
Okay, thank you. Les?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly. My name is Les Tillett, Tillett. Somewhere in the last year, things seem to have gotten off track a little bit on how this whole process was going, where it was heading. So I kind of like to address that a little bit, first part of my speech here. It's important to actually see what we're trying to accomplish. Planning is seeing the future and then taking steps to accomplish that goal, that side of the future. It's not about how things were 60 years ago or 100 years ago or how they are now. It's how we want them to be 20 years from now, 50 years from now. And what we want on Beverly Lake is to have a nice lake with wildlife on it, or you can water ski, that would be nice. Paddle board. canoe, kayak, go fishing, take the kids out and let them, little 7-year-old catch a fish. That's always exciting for everybody when you see a little 7-year-old hook into their first fish. And Beverly Lake is ideal for that. Swans, loons, all the wild waterfowl, not just the ones nesting on the lake, but it's also a transient spot for a lot of the other waterfowl that are heading up into the Arctic. I've heard a lot of stories about generations growing up on the lake from several different families. I've only lived there for 49 years, so I'm one of the newcomers. When I first moved there, there was only about 10 houses on the lake that were occupied, and maybe 10 more that were just summer cabins or weekend type cabins. Most of the lots are occupied now with full-time residents who live on the lake. And so you can imagine during that course of time, activity on the lake has increased dramatically. As more people move in, more activity occurs, and that's to be expected. That's why we need to plan for the future, not for 60 years ago. When there was just 2 people living on the lake, you could do what you want and you're not going to have much effect on it. When there's 60 people living on the lake, 60 families on the lake, that's a whole different story. Meadow Lakes has been one of the fastest growing areas in Alaska for the last couple of decades. When I first moved out there, it had a population of less than 3,000. Last I heard, it was well over 10,000. I'm not sure what it is now. That number is 15 years old that I'm going with, the 10,000 figure. Lots across the street from the lake are developed. Adjacent nearby areas, Bruce Lake subdivision, up Kalmbach Lake area, up Wyoming, those lots are being built on constantly. The area is growing, and Beverly Lake, one mistake we've been making is Beverly Lake is our lake. It's not. It's for everybody in the area. People in Anchorage, for people out here. And one last point, if I can make it real quick.
Sure.
1976, I bought a Chevy Camaro, black on black, 354 barrel, 4-speed transmission. I got in a lot of trouble with that car. Not just me, obviously. The new jet skis now, many have double the horsepower that that Camaro had. Think about that for a minute on what you want to turn loose on that lake. That's half the size of what the borough classifies as a small lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, is it?
Thanks for giving us another opportunity, Madam Mayor, Assembly folks. Appreciate it. Again, my name is Carol Tillett. I've been coming to this neighborhood for about 40 years when my parents built.
You can
And I've
raise
been
that.
living here
You
full-time.
can raise the mic a little bit so you don't have to
Thank you,
bend.
much
There
better.
you go. Yeah.
I've lived here full-time 20 years. This concern has been a problem only in the last 3 or 4 years. Before that, I don't remember having an issue with safety or noise or wildlife harassment by other lake users. Motorized watercraft really was kind of rare. Not that it wasn't used, but I really only remember a very few times when I noticed it, which tells me that there was not overuse. People respected their neighbors and the wildlife, and it was not big equipment. Maybe because it was just more enjoyable to go to a bigger lake to use that. I remember being unconcerned. The concern began with a couple of newer households. The equipment that they have is much larger, much louder, and they're much more aggressive users. They have concerns that the property values will be less if we adopt a plan. This really is not the case, as evidenced by the borough property assessor and evidence we've heard by other proponents of the plan, actually, that by having a lake plan, property values can increase. There should be no difficulty selling or buying a house on a non-motorized lake. We should not be held accountable if someone has speculated and overbuilt. Even then, there are lots of options for non-motorized craft. It would be a better place to live because the lake is so tiny. New homeowners are going to meet some really good neighbors as soon as they hit the water. They'll be passing kayakers or people fishing or floating a raft full of kids, as opposed to creating distance and ill feelings. I would like you to consider, what is too small? If the borough proposed guidelines for 75 acres or less non-motorized, Fish and Game determines that loons need 60 acres or more to thrive, and we have 43, knowing that this equipment has impacts, where would you draw the line? With no lake plan or even a partial lake plan, it's really just going to get worse. We still have many lots that are not improved and many more with cabins that have improvement potential. This means a lot more potential for development. And if motorized equipment use is a sales tool utilized for real estate agents, the neighborhood then becomes a tiny lake for motorized watercraft use. If this happens, Fish and Game needs to pull us out of the regs, because people do come out here thinking that they're going to find some fish in a stocked lake. I'm conservative and I'm all for less government. I don't want to be told what to do or not to do or where I live. So for myself and for the rest of us who feel like we need this lake management plan, this is a big deal. This is something we can't accomplish by ourselves. This is why we've utilized the borough's own plan to bring harmony back to our neighborhood. We've done everything that we were asked to do, and we feel like we've complied. We ask that we be considered on those guidelines and not on what some might think might or should be. Thanks so much for hearing us out.
Thank you. And we got Paul listed again, but I think he's gone, and so I just want to encourage people, please don't sign other people in, or, but anyway, thank you. So, Terry Dickey? Terry?
My name is Terry Dickey, D-I-C-K-E-Y. Dear Assembly members and Madam Mayor, thank you for your time and attention in this matter of the Beverly Lake Management Plan. Thank you, Mr. Tu, for calling for a reconsideration of the Beverly Lake Management Plan. I'd like to also commend the Planning Commission for voting this plan down. I have owned and lived on Beverly Lake for nearly 30 years. My parents owned the property 20 years prior to that. I personally learned to water ski on the lake. I raised my 4 children on this lake. They learned to swim, water ski, tube, and jet ski, and general recreate on the lake. Now, when it's time for my grandchildren to enjoy the same, some neighbors want to stop that. Wholesome, fun enjoyment. Getting the children off the couch, doing something to improve their health and well-being. From the beginning, we were told that unless 60 to 70% of the people involved wanted a plan, that a management plan was not feasible. Since that time, we were told many things that continue to change. There has been no consistency from the beginning. The borough representatives seem to be biased in favor of the plan. One property owner who lives on Kallenbach Lake, who owns the subdivision on that side of the lake, owns 7 pieces of property. Those 7 votes went for the plan. So that one person basically allowed the plan to pass. During our last public meeting, prior to the vote, we were told that we had come up with a plan that everyone could live with. When that didn't happen, all of a sudden ranked choice voting gave us 3 options: a very restrictive plan, a compromise, and no plan. We're pretty evenly divided. If the original plan is adopted, half the people are unhappy. If no plan is adopted, half the people are unhappy. I implore you to vote for a compromise where each side gets what they want some of the time. I recommend that we, on even days, are quiet days, no boats, no jet skis, but on odd days, that we allow jet skis and watercraft. This is the best solution for all. Everybody gets some of what they want. It allows us to become friendly neighbors as opposed to angry, hateful neighbors. Thank you for your time and consideration in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Earlier in the evening, there was a William Bill something that, okay, you're here now. Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you. My name is William Billsborough, Billsbrough. I'll keep it short. I'm an avid kayaker. I love it. I go all over the state. I've been fishing Beverly now for, I don't know, about 5 years. Jet skis and kayaks do not mix. I mean, they don't. It's an accident just waiting to happen. I don't have nothing against the jet skis. I just don't want it when I'm fishing. It shuts it down. The lake is only about 20 foot deep at the deepest. And it just shuts it down. And I mean, it's sad when it happens. I mean, and the same thing in the wintertime when you're ice fishing. You got snow machines ripping up and down beside the ice shanty, shuts the fishing down. So I say stick with the original plan, eh? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the people that have signed in, but if you didn't sign in and would like to address this topic or any topic, whether it's on the agenda or not, you're welcome to come and participate in audience participation at this time. Is there anyone else that would like to testify? Okay, and we have some people online. All right, so we'll go to the people online then. Go ahead, first person, please. So is some of the people that are online that want to testify?
No, I think can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, this is Fred Elsass, last name spelled ELVSAAS.
Go ahead.
And basically, myself and my family have lived on this lake for basically 14 years. I think that would hopefully make us a local, but I don't know. Listening to some of the testimony tonight, but basically, I wanted to speak tonight expressing my support for the Beverly Lake Management Plan that was voted on and passed at the last assembly meeting. Tonight is voted up for reconsideration based on a concern that there was not adequate notification for the community vote that was taken. In my opinion, the borough planner did a phenomenal job facilitating this process in accordance with borough code. The fact that she was able to get 83% of the community to vote shows that there was a significant level of effort put into the community outreach. I would encourage any assembly member to raise a question in tonight's meeting so that Kelsey could present the steps that she took to inform and notify the community about the voting process. And a lot of these comments that have come through tonight are probably not as factual as you would like, and I think that there should be some clarification from Kelsey provided, so if you could provide that. In closing, I would like to ask the Assembly not reconsider Ordinance 22-078 that was passed in December 6th meeting and let the Beverly Lake Management Plan go into effect. This plan was voted on and passed by the majority of the Beverly Lake community using the only means they had available to them through the borough code. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
That's you. Hello.
You'll have to turn off the speaker that you have the meeting going because we can hear it in the background. If you can turn it off, then we'll be able to hear you. Are you still there?
Next person, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go
All right.
ahead.
Okay.
You have.
Thank you. Yes.
You're trying to
good
listen
evening.
to
How
the,
we good?
sir, you're trying to listen to the meeting plus testify. So if you're going to testify, you're
Okay,
going to
hang
have to
on.
shut off the meeting.
All right. I'm shutting off the meeting. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All
Thank you.
Hello. Okay.
Oh, good evening. I would like to speak to the Beverly Lake Lake Management Plan. My name is Thomas Hall, Hall. First, I would like to thank you for the reconsideration on this matter. It proves that the Assembly has everyone's best interest in this matter. So thank you for that. It's been almost 9 months since this LMP grew legs and began. I served as an Army combat medic for 26 years, from 1989 to 2015. My wife and I purchased our house on Beverly Lake about 3 years ago. We made a conscious decision to buy on a motorized lake and did so. I understand the need to change the rules if there is a need. However, there is no need. The jet skiers are safe and follow rules of common courtesy. I understand that individuals that want the lake management plan have to make up falsehoods to pass their agenda. This is simply not true. Take it from a retired sergeant first class who served with honor and integrity. This is not true. They want their lake without jet skis, but it's not their lake. It's our lake, and compromise is needed. It is a shame we cannot come together to complete this task, leaving government officials to decide for us. It's a little shaming. To this point, it is a motorized lake that planes land on from time to time. Why can't people who have jet skis and ski boats use the lake from time to time? As a former service member, I dislike fireworks. Drives me nuts. But I also remember all the good times that I had in my youth with those fireworks. Why would I take memories from those kids that set them off on the lake today? It's just simply not right. I would never do that. I never met a person who did not have a good fireworks story. Bottom line, there's no safety issue here. We need to compromise so all may enjoy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next person online, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a comment tonight. My name is Jim Cahill, and I'm asking you to support the Beverly Lake Management Plan. My family's owned a cabin on Beverly Lake since the early 80s. Beverly Lake is much too small to allow unrestricted watercraft use. It's half the size of what the Borough guidelines would consider a small lake. The lake management plan is needed in order to protect the swimmers, non-motorized boaters, such as paddleboards, canoers, kayakers, as well as the wildlife. The fact that no one has been injured or killed by a jet ski or motorized boat is not a reason to oppose the plan. Adopting the plan will not negatively impact property values. Waterfront property doesn't go down in value. But more importantly, all the property owners had an adequate opportunity to vote on the plan. Please respect the will of the homeowners and cabin owners who own property on Beverly Lake, who supported the plan and followed through in good faith on the borough process. It may have not have been perfect, but it was the process that we were given. Once again, I'd ask you to vote yes to retain the Beverly Lake Management Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please, online.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Board. Appreciate your time and all that you do for our community. I am actually speaking regarding Ordinance 22136, sponsor Representative Hale. My name is Johnny Furlong, District 3, Furlong. While reading through the ordinance, I do have concern about the hours of operation. Closing down a business from 12 to 8, retail is... after looking at the public safety records and such and looking at it, I don't see a reason or a strong motive good for the community that would come from closing down small businesses. It affects the employees. It affects their families. It affects our local economy. And with the way the economy and inflation are going, adding a restriction to this level is, I feel, detrimental. Now, I do understand, the conversation about, if there is on-site consumption, if there should be some type of closure from 12 to 8. And that's something that I could certainly understand more of. However, as far as that being unfair, then that they would have to close from 12 to 8, but retails, get to stay open. Well, what would the difference now be between the bars and the liquor stores? Bars have to close at 2 a.m. and liquor stores don't have that. In fact, Iron Horse is open till 5 a.m. in Palmer. And so if a business owner wants to decide to add a different line of revenue and offering and service to a customer with on-site consumption and it's legal, then they have to carry the liability of possibly having to be closed, but they're also getting a different type of revenue. And so I'm really, really concerned about this blanketed closure from 12 to 8 on businesses that have been in this borough for, half a decade and has shown to be community minded, safe, has brought revenue to the borough, and, acting in good faith to follow the laws and in compliance. Putting on this undue restriction of hours could literally cost some of these small businesses and their employees thousands and tens of thousands of dollars in a year's time. So I really consider that as you look at this ordinance, to please look at hours of operation, and there has to be a separation because of on-site consumption. Then let it be more similar to something like the bars and the liquor stores. Thank you so much for your time, and appreciate what you guys are doing for our communities.
Thank you, sir. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Laura Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T, and I am currently walking from my lakefront to my house, and I am about 300 feet from the lake. I'm going to be commenting on the 75-foot setback. I think it's taking me 30 seconds to walk this 300 feet, and that is not very much time. I feel like the rule that we have in place right now of a 75-foot setback is extremely important and very generous. There is absolutely no reason you need to build anything within 75 feet of a water body. The rule has been in place for many years, and we have had no problem with this rule. I do not want to see this rule change for the setback. 75 feet is generous. I am also very disheartened and worried about this movement afoot to just get rid of all rules and, come what may. I know lots of people work for less government and less rules, and that's why you move to Alaska, yada, yada, yada. But without rules, we do not have a civil society. We have mayhem and wildlife degradation and many other problems. So please keep the ordinance as is. Thank you. I will not walking back.
Thank you. Do we have another person online? Okay, next person online, please.
This is Johnny Rush.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, we own a small cabin on Beverly Lake, and we are all for the ordinance that we have passed. The lake is just simply too small to have jet skis, any high-powered boats on it. It's just not conducive to that kind of an environment. There's a lot of critters that live on that lake. There's a lot of different birds that live on that lake. And we've noticed over the past few years how that has diminished. A fellow previously mentioned about safety, and I'm all for that. There is absolutely no way you can get to someone that is hurt on that lake. There's no access to it. You'd have to go definitely through somebody's yard or whatever to get there, and that's just not conducive. We like the way the way we have set up. We all voted for it, and we kind of like to keep it like that.
Thank you.
Thank you much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Hoyer. I'm the director of the Susitna River Coalition based in Talkeetna.
I'm speaking tonight against Ordinance 23-002. I urge the Assembly to discard OR 23-002 and not spend additional time and resources to weaken our critical riparian buffer zones. The current 75-foot setback and screening regulations are essential to our area's economic and water resources. 75-foot buffer is made of riparian areas, a transition zone between fully aquatic water and fully terrestrial land systems. These areas keep streams cool, provide vegetation and habitat that creates the insect life fish feed on, other key wildlife habitats, and provides critical buffers for wildfires. As we've seen increasing pressure on local fish stocks and millions spent on culvert and habitat rehabilitation, as well as increased pressure to the area from wildfire. With continued population and construction pressures in the Mat-Su, it is vital these buffers remain in place. These buffers help regulate water temperatures and flow rates, and naturally slow the spread of wildfires by providing fire breaks. Buffers also prevent bank erosion, water filtration services, and add significant value to private property. Additionally, in private years, the borough's own consultants have spoken to the importance of maintaining these setbacks. I encourage the Assembly to read these reports that the borough has already commissioned. Overall decreased quantity and quality of riparian zones as a whole leads to a decrease in the resilience of the system as a whole. This results in a higher potential cost for rehabilitation services, water supplies, decreases in fish stocks, lower water quality, and a decrease in fire prevention. I encourage the Assembly to focus their time on providing the resources to enforce this important ordinance rather than to weaken it. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lori Benner, and hello, Madam Mayor and Borough Assembly members. I serve on the Meadow Lakes Parks, Recreation, and Trails Committee, and I wanted to speak on the CIP project IM 22-221 Bald Mountain Trailhead Development. I'd like to express my support in adopting the Bald Mountain Trailhead Development Project as listed in the Capital Improvement Program. The site that's located near Sites Road and Solitude Road intersection has had years and years of historical and traditional recreational use onto Bald Mountain from that location. There's currently no parking in that area, and users usually park on the roadside or possibly even trespass on other land to park their rigs and access the mountain. And there's a real need for trailhead. So I'm looking forward to your support and public input to this project. And I just hope you will consider this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay, oh, 4 more. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Patty Fisher, and I am speaking in support of the Beverly Lakes Management Plan. I've lived in Alaska 35 years, 23 in Mat-Su, and I live on a lake in Meadow Lakes. There have been a lot of issues discussed with regard to the plan, but as I see it, the primary issue is safety. Because of its size, Beverly Lake is unsafe with the motorized boats on the lake and the increase in quantity as the lake has developed. The lake is only half the size of the borough description of a small category lake. It's narrow, and with any kind of shoreline safety zone along the perimeter, there is very little area in the center of the lake for motorized boats. The usable distance from one end to the other to the lake is less than half a mile. Swimmers and kayakers are in danger of being rapidly overtaken by any power boat. With motorized boats and jet skis in the middle of the lake, there's a huge potential for a mishap. For a child to be overrun, a flotation device to be hit, or a small boat to be swamped. I urge the Assembly to recognize the danger of this situation and approve the plan which was developed as provided in Borough Code and which has been voted upon by the residents of Beverly Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Carol Brown, and I've lived on Beverly Lake for 29 years now. And I just am excuse me, I'm asking that you deny the request for consideration of ordinance 2278 for the Beverly Lake Management Plan. The request is based on Mr. Tu receiving some phone calls leading him to believe that there may not have been adequate notification for the vote. The initial ballot was sent out on December 3rd, 2021. There were 60 days allowed for that ballot to be returned. This process has been ongoing until the Assembly meeting on December 8th, where the ordinance was passed. And now, in less than 20 hours after the ordinance was passed, all of a sudden, these people who were improperly notified have been notified. And I don't understand, why they haven't been notified for the last year, but in less than 20 hours, all of a sudden they heard about it. I do believe they've had ample time to put their input into this, and therefore the vote on December 8th should go through as it was adopted. Ms. Anderson sent out letters using the borough's tax register. If the address the borough has on file is incorrect, is it really the borough's responsibility to know that? I don't think so. I believe that it is the responsibility of the property owner. I do believe if they send me a tax bill and I don't get it, they aren't going to forgive me and say, oh, we had the wrong address for you. Sorry about that. And they don't send them out certified either. If people don't get mail sent to them by the post office, is that really the borough's responsibility? And with all the information that was sent out, I just find it hard to believe that someone never got any of them. Ms. Anderson went above and beyond to notify the public of this entire process through mailed letters, emails, developing web pages, Facebook posts, and various other internet postings. What else could she have done? I again ask that the reconsideration of ordinance 22-078 be denied and that you allow the Beverly Lake Management Plan to be adopted as it was on December 8th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person online?
Good evening. My name is Elaine Phillips, and I live on Beverly Lake. First, I want to thank you all for taking the time to enter into reconsideration. We as neighbors, we live in paradise, something that many in this entire world would love to live on. A lake where we have wildlife abounds and neighbors that are typically very good to one another. I've heard many stories throughout this recent weeks about Beverly Lake that it's foreign to my husband and I. The concept that there are jet skis circling around the lake in endless circles is just not true. My husband and I wake up in the morning. We're both retired. We enjoy coffee in the mornings, watching the wildlife, even to the point that we've named them. The recent loon that has been out there, we had to name Walter, and his kid was Toto because he followed us while we fished often. We fish majority of the days when the water allows, the point we find it as our second home. We love listening to the kids laughing, playing summer and winter, and have now come to the point of loving introducing our kids to the paradise we are blessed to live. We can do better as neighbors. Many of us are willing to reconnect and enter into a compromise if this were to move into that direction. It's been a very unfortunate process, creating a terrible division and conflict, as well as many hiccups along the way that my other neighbors have noted. I know we can do better. I ask that you all consider either entering into a no vote on this or asking us as neighbors to go back towards the neighborly community to find a compromise for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another person online. Okay, go ahead. If you're trying to talk, you will need to. Okay, the next person online, please. That's it? Okay. Is one more chance, anybody here in the audience that has not testified that would like to testify again? Have you not? Come on. Okay, come on up. State your name and your testimony. Go ahead.
I'm Danielle Lees. I'm part of the Fine family. So I've grown up on the lake my whole life. My kids, my great aunts, great uncles, great grandparents. There's always been wildlife. My great grandma almost reached 100 years old, 2018, and there wasn't a time that there wasn't loons, swans. We've all skied, not jet skied, but skied, and have never had any issues. So I just ask that nothing changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that hasn't had a chance to testify? Yes. Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Judy Vars, and I haven't lived on the lake for a long, long time, just 22 years. And well, one of the things I love about it so much is that, you know, we do have wildlife and it's peaceful. And personally, in respect to the people that have lived here for 5 generations and raised their kids and had jet skis, we're just growing and there's more property. And I feel like Alaskans have a responsibility to protect our lakes and rivers and waterways to the best of our ability and do what we can do. It's just a small ask not to have motorized vehicles on the lake, horsepower, polluting and not protecting our wildlife. That's just my opinion and my feeling. And we've gone through the process. We've done the best we can do to try and protect a small 40-acre lake. That's all it is. It's very peaceful. It's a little slice of heaven. So I just wanted to speak my piece, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Do we have anybody else online, sir? No? Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public hearing then. And I guess, Madam Clerk, you need to read the reconsideration.
I do. Ordinance 22078, an ordinance adopting MSB 1524030 Beverly Lake Management Plan and amending 1759 Lake Management Plan implementation.
Assemblyperson 2.
I move to reconsider ordinance 22-078.
Okay, would you like to speak to it, sir?
So after my vote, I did receive quite a few phone calls, and it sounded like there was some confusion on the voting and then that some of the voting didn't happen. And most of the phone calls, what I heard is good people calling, trying to resolve an issue. Honestly, I wish you didn't call me. I wish you guys would have figured it out yourself. I think you're all great people. At least that's the impression I got when you called me. But at the end of the day, I felt like we needed to talk about this some more. And so I put in this reconsideration, and I believe that there's a compromise that Assemblymember Yunt is going to come up with here momentarily.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion to reconsider.
I couldn't quite hear you. I've got my head is like a water balloon.
Okay. Discussion on the motion to reconsider.
Yeah, and I don't know how to word this, but I am against reconsideration. I think these people have put in enormous amounts of hours. Procedures have been followed, T's crossed, I's dotted. I'm looking at the testimony tonight, and the people who have shown up and testified tonight, 60% want the plan, 39% don't. And there's 1% floating around in there somewhere. But I understand why we as an assembly are called upon to vote on an ordinance. That's our job. But when these people did what they did, they like I, on both sides, have to know that our vote is taken seriously, our vote is honored, it is sacred, and when we say it and they count it, it's a done deal. And I do not understand A, consideration, and B, I absolutely cannot understand why a group of 7 people would be allowed to controvert the will of the majority, which is what the plan calls for. And I feel very strongly about that. And I'm sad for the side that lost. I'm glad for the side that won because they're glad. I wish there were a different way to do it. But in 2 years, this could be approached again, as I understand it. Because you have to wait, am I right, 2 years to change an ordinance? Is that how that goes? No? How do you do it?
Ordinances that are passed by the Borough Assembly can be amended by the Borough Assembly at any time. While the code contains provisions about people of the neighborhoods bringing forward, or the residents bringing forward lake management plans, state law prescribes how this assembly votes, and nothing in state law prevents you from changing an ordinance that you adopt. The only limitation is if it's adopted by a referendum or initiative, either repeals or enacts a law. You cannot, the 2-year rule comes into play at that point.
I see. The other thing that really bothers me about this is when we were talking before about election hand counts and that sort of thing, the biggest issue, it seemed to me, with everyone was the trust of the voters in the government. And everybody said, and I'm sure everybody up here felt the same way, is that we have to be able to trust the government that we elect. And then, so we said, since we don't like the machines and the majority of people didn't like the machines, we changed the from the machines to the hand count. And everybody up here said, yeah, okay, let's do that. I think it was everybody. But now we're saying, and it's the same thing. We've got a vote. It's been duly taken. Everything was followed. And we're saying, oh, well, it doesn't count. I'm telling you, if I were a voter voting on this, I'd be just really steamed. I'd be everybody's worst nightmare. I don't care what side of the block you're on this. I'm sure you're happy if it went your way, but if you don't win the ball game, you don't win the ball game. You can't change the rules after the Super Bowl is over. I just feel so strongly about that, and I would feel feel it was a betrayal of the trust of the people who put me here to say that, well, I'm sorry you voted the way you did. We don't like it, so we're going to vote you down. I cannot do that. I won't do that. Pretty much, that's it for me.
May I please speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, Tim.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that I agree with Assemblymember McKee wholeheartedly. I do think that there are issues with this lake management process, and I intend to bring some legislation forward that's going to fix that process to be a lot more like the LID process. But the fact is that these folks followed the process. They met the requirements that are laid out in code, and for us to then ignore the code and ignore the process after all the votes have been tallied, really just it makes us no better than the state legislature. And so, I agree with what Assemblymember McKee said.
Okay, thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor.
Madam Mayor, could I request a couple-minute recess? I wanted to review the code again, actually, before we vote.
Sure,
in light
sure.
of some stuff.
Okay. So why don't we come back at 8:50? That give you enough time, sir? Okay. All righty, we'll go ahead and recess and come back at 8:50.
process has definitely divided this community. So anyways, I do hope that everybody will vote for reconsideration and we can at least entertain the amendment. And I will tell you, if there are people who would like to improve the amendment, by all means, offer some amendments to the amendment. I would definitely entertain that. So that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Mhm. So any other discussion by the assembly before we vote on the motion
Mayor?
to yes, go ahead.
I would also push for reconsideration and give this community a chance to heal.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion from any of the assembly members? Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we're probably ready to vote.
If I can go ahead and get the assembly members in the assembly room to vote. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
I'm sorry. Can you say it again? Did you say it one more time, please?
No.
Thank you, sir. Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember McKee and Assemblymember Hale opposed.
Okay, so now the ordinance 22-078 is now before you again. Discussion, amendments?
If I may offer my amendment now, I
Yes.
will read that into the record if now is a good time. So I'm pulling that up now. One moment. I move to amend ordinance 22-078 by striking the current section 5 in its entirety and inserting in its place 100 feet from the shoreline except where a water skier is leaving the dock or shore for Beverly Lake. Striking the current section 6 in its entirety and adopting Matsu Borough 17.59.060D13A. Motorized watercraft uses are prohibited except for Sunday through Tuesday and all 3 federal holidays, all 3-day federal holidays, Beverly Lakes. And lastly, by striking the current section 7 in its entirety and adopting Matsu Borough 1759.060D14A, personal motorized watercraft are prohibited except Sunday through Tuesday and all 3-day federal holidays, Beverly Lake. And I could speak to that if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So after spending hours on the phone with many members, like I said, on both sides, I went back to them 35 votes on the lake, and it was more than a majority. It was 20 to 35, but the actual code as it's written takes into consideration other people who don't live on the lake and all that. I do think that's something we need to fix. This whole process needs fixed, and I've been asking for a referral to do that. But the way the code is written right now, my fear is if we don't create something that works for everybody, and again, be in the business of bringing communities together rather than dividing them, we're going to end up with neighbors keeping track of whose houses are on the market. And as soon as 1 or 2 people who were for the lake management plan sell, everybody's going to be over there trying to find out who the new neighbors are and how they feel about it. And I will tell you, I feel for everybody out there. This has taken a long time. It is a process that doesn't happen fast. But when you want to repeal something, it takes 2 meetings. It can be repealed in a matter of, we're talking 5 weeks, 6 weeks with public notice. A full repeal is pretty basic language. And so again, the reason I think we should get to 60% is so things like that don't occur and people aren't always watching who's doing what. My amendment that I offered has the same exact fraction as the 35 lakefront voters who voted. There would be 4 days a week of non-motorized, 3 days a week of motorized, with the exception of the 2 summertime federal holidays that are recognized as 3-day weekends, which is Memorial Day weekend and 4th of July. It also has a 100-foot no wake zone. I think that should be common sense. I live on Wasilla Lake. We're pretty lucky there. Nobody's ever, I mean, honestly, nobody rips by the shoreline. We don't have a public launch on Wasilla Lake too, which helps. But again, like I said, that to me is just common sense. And then, like I said, I went back minus the math would be exactly the same. The 57.9 to the 42.1, with the exception of the 2 3-day weekends. But even that changes it by less than 1% throughout the year. So my amendment is just kind of based on all of the conversation that I had with everyone on both sides of this is great. After I got it filed as fast as I could, I had return phone calls from multiple of them who said they felt this was fair and they felt that this was probably something that would stand the test of time, which means a lot to me because, again, I do not want to see people keeping track of who's doing what and who's selling their house. And then, we're going to end up seeing this thing brought back and forth in not too long of a time. So anyway, that's enough on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion by the Assembly on the amendment? Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd just like to say thank you to Rob for the amendment.
Okay.
Are you asking for objections or if there?
No,
Oh, all right.
discussion. We're at discussion time now.
I too appreciate the work. I don't agree with the result, but I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Hours,
Mayor?
go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'll go ahead. So on the amendment to put in a compromise that the community did not vote for, but they are really equally split on no, yes. These lake management plans have apparently worked pretty well because we have 40 plus of them and we don't have people knocking down our door every day to ask us to change them. And I remember when they started and those comments about, the fact that the borough's grown, that when you have 2 people doing anything, anything goes. I mean, I grew up water skiing on Lake Washington, a really big lake, and thank God the motor was 35 miles an hour tops because I probably would send myself flying out of that boat if it been any faster and came close. But, when you start to grow or have more people, you need some kind of rules. That said, about having a process and following it and giving people consistency, there's some mushiness in our rules, which I don't like. But the lake management plans, it's an attempt to find something that's workable for people. And my fear is this all or nothing it doesn't work for enough people. And these plans have worked. So while I respect the process, and the fact that almost everybody participated. I mean, I don't buy that people didn't know about this or, 83% of the homeowners 600 feet voted and 95% of the people on the lake voted. When you look at it, that's a lot of participation. And I have super appreciated the conversations I've had with the people. I think you are an engaged, educated group of people. So that's a long way around of saying I can support a compromise in this case because I want to see these lake management plans work. And I do think there's a window for the community to come back in 2 years and say, this is not working, and both sides get something in this.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee.
I sound like a one-trick pony here, and I understand that. But there was some famous guy some time back, a long time ago, said we are a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the people spoke. And I don't care if there was 1% or 2% or 10%, they followed the rules, they spoke. That's all I got on that. Because I think that's all there is on that. And I like what Stephanie just said about which is what I was thinking too. You know, this doesn't mean it's totally dead. They can maybe get back together and talk to each other and figure something out, but I don't think we should be figuring it out for them. I think that's up to them. So do what they asked us to do in the beginning, which was approve their 54% vote. And if they want to do something later on, go for it.
Assemblyperson Ron,
Yeah.
did you
Go
try
ahead,
to
Ron,
speak
sorry.
earlier, sir?
Yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
On, boy, you know, I believe when we regulate the liberties of others, we need more than just a simple majority. You guys are real close. Both sides. I've gotten a lot of phone calls and emails, and you're very passionate, and I respect and understand your concerns. But if you guys had come to us with that compromise in hand, it would have passed. Everything would have been dotted, crossed, T'd, everything. But I think with the way it all went down, and you guys were real close to passing it, you know, with the compromise and where it didn't even get through the planning commission, there's a reason there. And so that threw some things in it. When I asked the planning commission, it says, you know, they had it all worked out amongst themselves. They just need to take and come back with it. So I either support this amendment or go home and come back with a compromise that you can all agree on, and I'll gladly vote for anything you got there. Thank you.
Mhm. Further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say I really appreciate all the hard work that Mr. Yount has put into this amendment. I really like the idea that it is balanced in the percentages of the time used and set aside for different uses and everything. And you know, I kind of hope that this amendment will pass, and then the lake management plan will continue thereon to pass itself. And kind of we'll see that maybe this is the best solution. But I do have to stand with Assemblymember McKee. This was not the option that was chosen by the people who had the right to vote on this thing. And so I'm going to oppose it, but I do kind of hope that it does pass and that we can then move on with passing the lake management plan. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Is there
Yeah.
any, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is Yunt again, and so I just I want to speak one more time to why I think the amendment should pass, and kind of echo some of the things that Mr. Bernier said. We're not a democracy; we're a republic. We give a voice to minorities in this country, and it's why it takes 60% of the vote in the United States Senate to override a filibuster. If this lake management plan passes as is, like it did last meeting, it gives no voice to many of the people that live on this lake who still want to use their jet skis and their boats from time to time that have never had an issue. I did not offer this amendment for myself. I offered it for the people on the lake. If it was up to me, we would vote the whole thing down because we didn't get to 60%. We don't give any voice or any use of the lake to the minority. And that's not very American, in my opinion. So this amendment, this isn't for me. Like I said, this is, if it was up to me, we'd vote the whole lake management plan down. I offered this as a way to try to bring everybody together. As to why nobody voted for the compromise, it's the same reason I wouldn't have voted for it either. I didn't vote for a lake management plan last meeting. I voted against it because it didn't get to a big enough majority that we wouldn't have to worry about people keeping track of their neighbors and who's moving in and who's moving out and so on and so forth.
I offered it because most of the people agreed that if there was some sort of healthy compromise where there was days that they could use it. I think the odd and even thing's a little bit hard to understand. It would be very difficult to put on a sign. I've already asked Manager Brown if we can find the money in the budget, the upcoming budget, to put in signage on the public access that very clearly explains these are the non-motorized days, these are the non. I made this amendment so simple that it could go on I believe, a pretty small sign. And so, again, like I said, I think the amendment should hopefully, I hope it passes because, again, I think it makes most of the people happy. Well over 60%. The reason nobody voted for it to begin with is because, of course, if you have a better option, you're going to vote for the better option. My better option was not passing the thing at all. And that was, slightly less than 50% of the people agreed with me. Slightly over 50% of the people agreed that a full lake management plan 7 days a week rather than 4 days was best, right? But I think that's pretty dangerous when we start passing stuff by a slim majority, especially when we don't do it like the LID process. The LID process, as we all know, for anybody that didn't vote, that would have been counted as a no. And it is kind of odd that these don't line up. I'm excited to hear that Assemblymember Hale is wanting to get this fixed as well. I've been asking for a referral on it for a while, and so maybe that's something him and I in the planning department can work on together so that we don't wind up in this position again. But I think everybody should support the amendment so at the very least there's a compromise. And then, when it comes time to vote for the entire legislation up or down, then vote yes or no based on how you feel. But anyhow, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion by the Assembly. Is there objection to the amendment? Okay, we have objection then, Madam Clerk, if you would.
Everybody in the room could go ahead and vote.
And we're voting on the amendment.
The amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymembers Sumner, McKee, and Hale opposed.
Okay. So now you have before you ordinance 22-078 as amended. Discussion on that ordinance. Mm-hmm.
And this is just brief and it's just numbers. But every time a vote has been, other than this last one, every time this thing's come up for a vote, when it came up with the people who were actually involved, it was 54% for the land management plan. When it came up to the Borough Assembly, it was 57% for voting to support the people who wanted the land management plan. And tonight, people were represented here, keeping count, there were 17 who want the land management plan, 11 who don't. So now it's 60%. So all down the line, the vote has always been stick with what the people voted for. That's what I was elected to do. So that's what I'm doing.
Further discussion on the ordinance as amended.
I did want to mention, this is Assemblymember Young, that public testimony is very important, but we don't know that everybody that testified tonight actually lives on the lake. Many declared whether they did, and of the ones who declared, it was actually right at 50-50. The ones that didn't declare if they lived on the lake very well may, and they very well may not. They might use that public access to take their canoe down there. And so I do think we should give more weight to the people that live on the lake. Of the 4 people who stated the most amount of years, 3 of them did not want a lake management plan at all. And 1 of them did, of the ones that lived there the longest, at least from my notes that I've written on here. But again, like I said, I just wanted to point that out. I think we should take more weight into consideration on the people that live on the lake. And again, if this was up to me, there would be no lake management plan at all because we didn't get to 60%. My amendment, I believe, based on my conversations with more than 10 people that lived on the lake, will make more than 60% of the people happy. Nobody's going to win 7 days a week. Nobody's going to lose 7 days a week. And I think it's like I said, offered in the spirit of what they've asked for, basically, or what they've shown by their votes. And so, even though I voted no last time, I will be voting yes tonight as it's amended. Thank you.
Further discussion? Is there objection?
The objection to the main motion. I object.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk?
The members in the room can go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Bernier.
Are we voting on the amendment or the main motion?
We're voting on the main motion as amended.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes, ma'am.
It passed with Assemblymember McKee opposed.
Alrighty, so now we will go to public hearings, correct, ma'am?
Exactly. We are at the first public hearing.
Okay, all right.
Resolution 22-103, a resolution adopting the 2022 capital improvement plan. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay. Do we have staff report? Oh, there she comes. Okay. Whew. All right.
We're gonna let the kerfuffle settle a
No,
little bit.
just go ahead. Let's
Go ahead.
let the
Sorry.
activity
Okay.
going.
Yeah, it's been a long night. My name is Kelsey Anderson, Planning Services Division, and I am going to give you just a little snippet on the CIP. A few months ago, I came here and I went over the updates that I made to the program in the sense that we were charged with making this a useful program for the public, and I think the changes that we made to it have accomplished that mission. What I did was I developed 5 criteria that all CIP nominations now have to meet before they go to a scoring committee. As a reminder, those criteria are that the project must fall within borough powers to be executed. Projects cannot be considered routine maintenance or equipment replacement. Projects must have a useful life of 5 years or more. Projects must have a single acquisition cost of $20,000 or more, and that projects must align with a goal or an objective of an existing assembly adopted plan or your strategic plan. As you can see tonight, there's already been a few people who have spoken about the CIP and like speaking to their projects that were included in this year's nominations. I think that gives you guys a good idea of what the CIP is supposed to be, which is an avenue for the public to let you know what they want their tax dollars to be spent on. So these projects come through community councils, but anyone can nominate a project. We score them based on emergency services and public health and community development, planning priorities. All of these things come into play. So last year you adopted a CIP. It had 131 projects on it. If those went through the new criteria, only 17 of them would have made it to the list. We had 5 nominations this year. 4 of them made it in front of you. So I guess the next steps for this process are including these in the capital budget and letting you all kind of be the champions of the projects in your district and letting the people who are nominating speak to how they want the money spent. So with that, I can answer any questions that you have, but the CIP document you have in the IM speak to the whole process update and dive into the logistics and specifics of all the projects that were nominated.
Okay. Questions to staff? Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. When is the nomination period open for the coming year, and when does it close?
So we moved into a rolling nomination period. Community councils or individuals can nominate all throughout the year. August 1st is the essentially cutoff date for being included in that year's scoring. So we cut it off at August 1st. We had our CIP scored by September. The nominations that have come in since then and up until August 1st of 2023 will then be considered for the following year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions from the assembly? Okay, yes, go ahead, sir.
It's not really a question, just a comment. Thank you for handling all that 100 and some jobs or projects that everybody wanted to do and get it to a manageable level to where we could actually maybe push them all forward.
Yeah. My pleasure. Okay, seeing no one else. Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on resolution 22-103. And we have one person signed up, Kim Combeck.
So good evening, members of the Borough Assembly. My name is Kim Kalmbach, and I'm a member of the Meadow Lakes Community Council. The council nominated the Bald Mountain Trailhead parking area for inclusion in the capital improvement program being submitted for your approval tonight. Funds will be used to purchase and develop a parking area at the entrance of the Bald Mountain Trail. This is a widely used, multi-use, year-round trail that begins at the Sites Road, Solitude Road intersection and goes north into Hatcher Pass. Users currently park on the road right-of-way or on private property at the intersection. There is a community need to establish a public area for parking to allow for use of this popular trail and avoid trespass and unsafe loading and unloading of ATVs within the road right-of-way. Bald Mountain Trail is designated as a regionally significant trail in the Borough Recreational Trails Plan. It's been included in the 1984 MSB Trails Plan, the Meadow Lakes Comp Plan, and the Hatcher Pass Management Plan. The Meadow Lakes Community Council stands ready to assist the borough to develop this project. The borough has provided similar parking areas for recreational public use areas such as Crevasse Moraine, the Butte, Government Peak, and Settlers Bay, to name a few. These recreational assets provide a quality of life that attract residents and visitors to our area, and the borough has done an excellent job developing and maintaining them. Please consider approving and funding the development of this much-needed parking area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify on resolution 22-103? Yes, sir.
Again, you know my name, Gary Foster. We put in two from the Point McKenzie Community Council. I am the president of the Point McKenzie Community Council. And one of them is actually on borough property. It's got hills and stuff that go into Carpenter Lake. And when you come up into what's considered right now a parking area, your truck goes up in the air and you can't see anything that's on the other side of it. Kids running back and forth through that area, it's just running a big, big risk. So we put in that one to get a parking area, and we actually also included a restroom area in it. I don't know if the restroom area was approved. Was that just the parking area? Because right now we're talking about distances from the water, and we've got people that are using the restrooms and stuff that's right up next to the lake itself. So if we put in the bathroom and put in that parking area to make it a lot safer for the kids using it as a swim hole and stuff, it is a non-motorized lake. It does have for a ramp to go down for people to unload kayaks and stuff like that in. But we would really like to see that project move forward. The other one is that the Point McKenzie Community Council built a playground at mile 5.5 of Point McKenzie Road. And at the present time, we don't have a bathroom available there for a 24-hour bathroom for the kids and stuff that use the park. The park is open to all people of anywhere. It's not closed to anybody. So we thought that that would be a really good project to move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address the assembly on this resolution? Okay, do we have any? We do. Okay, person online, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Patty Fisher. I am a resident of the Meadow Lakes and a member of the Meadow Lakes Community Council. I am speaking in support of the project selected as having the highest score when ranked by the CIP scoring committee, the Ball Mountain Trailhead Development Project. Ms. Kalmbach adequately described the project, so I won't go further into that. But to say that the project has been supported for many years by the Community Council, we do look forward to working to develop the trailhead. And it should be recognized that there is a strong push to develop trails in the valley. This is evidenced by the discussion and support for the Alaska Long Trail, which will cut through the valley. We believe that the Ball Mountain Trail should be supported, and an available parking and trailhead site would greatly enhance the use of the trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the only person we have online? Okay. Back to the chambers. Anyone else want to testify on this resolution? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Acting Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt Resolution 22-103.
Okay. Discussion by the Assembly? Any objection? Okay, seeing no objection, then the legislation passes.
Resolution 22-116, a resolution approving the changes needed to update the fiscal year 2024 schedule of rates and fees effective July 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, staff. My name is George Hayes. I'm the Deputy Borough Manager, and it's my pleasure to once again oversee the schedule of rates and fees. I got to do that in 2015 as a result of citizen complaints. As most of you know, I handle a lot of the complaints that come to the mayor's office and manager's offices, and I like to do that. I like answering complaints because we get to improve the lives of citizens out there. And I think this document does a lot of that, because we had a lot of complaints against being able to find all of the fees, all of the rates. They were buried, some in code and some in resolutions. And so we created this schedule. And this year's schedule, I must say, is by far, or has by far, the least amount of changes from the last year's. Essentially, we have 3 decreases, 3 increases, 3 deleted items, and 3 word changes. That's it. Any questions for me? Most of the questions are going to probably be answered by the directors if you have some specific questions.
Questions to staff? Okay. Guess not, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on Resolution 22-116. Anyone in the audience that would like to testify on this resolution? Anyone online, sir? Okay. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, the resolution passes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have you move it, did I? I'm really speeding it up.
That too.
Sorry, Bob.
I
We're
move
just
to adopt
moving you out
resolution
there, sir.
22-116.
Discussion by the Assembly on Resolution 22-116. Okay, is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, the legislation passes. So Deputy Clerk, that should make you feel much happier, say you were worried tonight about messing up and we just messed up and we just go on. So see how easy it is? Go ahead. Madam
Ordinance
Clerk.
22-136, an ordinance amending MSB 1760 conditional uses to add hours of operation for marijuana retail facilities and adding additional standards for retail facilities that allow on-site consumption for marijuana.
Go ahead, staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Borough. This ordinance, just like the title suggests, adds hours of operations for retail facilities. One of the complaints by the Planning Commission as they were processing these is that they were concerned that they were going to be inconsistent in the hours of operations that they approved for different facilities. So they requested that we just have a standard hours of operations that they can modify if there's something out of the norm. For instance, we had one that was out in the middle of nowhere and they wanted to extend it beyond noon to between midnight and 8 a.m. And so they went ahead and allowed a variation in that. But generally, all retail facilities that go forward would be closed at midnight and open at 8 a.m. At the most. It does, in December of 2018, the state of Alaska adopted a rule that would allow for on-site consumption through an endorsement of an existing retail license. They did adopt several rules associated with it. You have to buy the marijuana at the site. It has to be no more than 1 gram of marijuana, or different variations depending on how you're consuming it. If it leaves the area, it has to be packaged. They have to have the area has to have a structural engineer actually design for ventilation to ensure that there's no smoke escaping and that employees are not subject to the smoke associated with these on-site consumption facilities. There's a lot of different rules associated with them. We do not, what this does is sort of fills in the gaps where the state did not consider some different things. One is the additional parking that would be required if there's going to be an on-site consumption facility, because people would be staying for longer at these sites. It also has a setback if there's going to be an outdoor on-site consumption facility from rights of ways, so that passerbys are not inadvertently inhaling secondhand smoke. It has stronger rules for to prevent loitering, and that is, in a nutshell, what this ordinance does. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions by the Assembly? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee.
Madam Mayor.
Should I go ahead?
Yeah.
This seems to me like two completely different issues. Hours of operation, whether or not you can consume on site. I think they ought to be separated, because I don't have a problem with hours of operation. I think there ought to be in place. As far as on-site consumption, I think we got enough drunks running around killing each other. Now we need to have people out there running around high on whatever, killing each other. So I would vote for the one, but not the other. Therefore, I think it should be split.
Through the mayor. It's funny you mentioned that. There's 2 ordinances tonight on marijuana. They used to be 1 ordinance, and the Assembly requested it be split into 2. So
Guarantee you, I did not do that.
that was a couple of years
Must
ago.
have been some other McKee, I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, certainly you can modify any part of it if you agree with part of it and don't. The fact of the matter is that on-site consumption is legal right now. For every single one of our conditional use permits that we have processed, we foresaw that it may be legal someday. So we put as a condition in every single one of them that on-site consumption is not allowed. So if a retail facility wanted to come forward and have an on-site consumption facility, they would have to modify their existing permit in order to do so.
Do we have anything official, legal, medical, whatever, that says, I mean, you know, if you're used to drinking alcohol, you kind of know when it's gotten to you. if you're used to doing drugs of any sort, you kind of know what that's gotten to you. But we don't have any standards, as far as I know, that tell somebody legally where to stop. Is that at all, is that there?
So I believe that Assemblymember Yunt has an amendment to this that would require, make on-site consumption only allowed if a certain amount of nanograms were present in the blood.
Yeah, I saw that, but my question is, and I, that's better than nothing, but my question is, does somebody out there have something medical that says at this point, and it may be what Rob had introduced, I don't know. That's my question though. Did somebody say, okay, at point whatever, now you're loaded, now you can't drive home, or is there anything like that?
I don't think that there's any hard line in state law that I think an officer could do like a field sobriety test or have certain indicators, that they could make a judgment call as to whether they're under the influence of marijuana. I don't know how well that's been tested though in practical applications.
I'm sorry, but if a person doesn't know they're one toke over the line, then there's problems out there. Just saying.
Any further discussion of question? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, quick question. When was it that these two ordinances first came to us as one ordinance? I don't remember. What was that, about a year ago or 6 months?
To Assemblymember Hale through the mayor. I'm not exactly sure. I think it was a year and a half ago or maybe 2 years ago, something along those lines. But I don't know precisely standing here right now.
Okay. Ernie, did that answer your question, sir, online? Assemblyperson Hale?
I mean, no, but it's the same answer that I had in my head, so it's good enough. Thanks.
Okay. Acting Deputy Mayor, question, comment?
Yeah, so what's the reasoning behind the parking standards here? Are we anticipating, so I mean, I see that we're striking the old standards and we're requiring still one space per every 350 square feet of area not used for marijuana consumption, but we're requiring one parking space per every 50 feet used for marijuana consumption? Or wouldn't we maybe have it? Yeah, I mean, why are we encouraging more parking for that? Or you anticipate people will be leaving their vehicles? Is that the reasoning or?
Yeah, through the mayor. So if, as it is right now with retail facilities, people are just entering the store, making a transaction and leaving. Whereas if we had on-site consumption, people would be purchasing marijuana, partaking marijuana, potentially staying there for hours and then leaving. And so presumably, and these probably like a drinking establishment could, be popular places where people go to hang out. And so we felt there is an increased need for parking to ensure that cars aren't parked all alongside the road within the right of way.
Further questions to staff? Assemblyperson Hours, go ahead.
Through the mayor, I just want to clarify. So with the adding of additional standards for retail facilities, right now that allow on-site consumption, right now if somebody comes to us and requests a permit for on-site consumption, it's legal. We would apply the current standards we would have. So the effect of this is to add additional standards to put it, that would need to be put in place for approval.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Further, yes.
So I don't know at which point I could move or amend or whatever you guys call this stuff about, I love the word bifurcating the issues. I mean, can I do that? And then we can vote on the two different things? Because I don't.
This is just the staff report, and then we have to do the public hearing, and then the motion will come to decide how you want to handle this. And I think maybe the attorney had a comment. Did you, sir?
I think that was Assemblymember Nauer's point just now. If this entire ordinance fails, on-site consumption is allowed.
Yeah.
All you need to do is come and ask, and they apply the current standards. This will add additional standards. If you want on-site consumption to be not allowed, that would be a different ordinance. That would not be this ordinance.
And that's not my intention. My intention just is I don't think the language is clear enough when we say additional standards. Somebody's got to set those standards. It's got to be medical, legal, et cetera. And I don't see that. That sounds really loose to me.
Okay, and
Madam Mayor?
just a minute, sir, please. The clerk, I think, has the answer to your previous question, so can you hold on a minute, please?
To Assemblymember Hale, it was
Absolutely.
February 16th, 2021, when it was adopted.
Okay, now go ahead with your other question that you had to the staff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Question for the staff. My understanding was that we could not allow on-site consumption under our current rules if we did not adopt something to allow it. Was that incorrect?
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, that is incorrect. Right now, if somebody wanted to do an on-site consumption facility, they could apply to modify an existing retail facility or apply for a new retail facility with on-site consumption as part of that. And the planning commission could consider that and approve it or modify or deny it.
Okay, further questions to staff? Okay, I guess that's it then. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 22-136. And we do have a sign-up sheet for Bailey Stewart.
Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Bailey Stewart. I own Green Jar Cannabis Retail here in the Matsu Borough, your very first legal cannabis retailer. I am also the professor hired at University of Anchorage, Alaska for cannabis education. I facilitated in the creation of its first cannabis course and continue to work with the university on creating more cannabis education courses while teaching cannabis basics classes. I am here to speak to you today about ordinance 22-136, specifically the amendment. I feel that changes brought to you by the planning commissions are necessary ones for clarification. While I do not completely agree with the 100-foot setbacks on outdoor consumption areas, I absolutely understand why they're being recommended and I am supportive. I want to talk about the amendment brought forth by Assemblymember Yunt. The amendment would effectively ban on-site consumption in our valley. And let me explain why. Back in the mid-20th century, after decades of studies, scientists were able to formulate a blood alcohol limit of 0.08. The 0.08 standard comes from decades of epidemiological studies. With that said, alcohol is much different from marijuana. Alcohol dissolves in water, whereas THC dissolves in fats, which brings a different level of complication in measuring THC levels for DUIs, and that changes everything. The simple fact is that THC is fat soluble. That makes it absorbed in a very different way and much more difficult to relate to behavior, say blood levels of THC, or develop a breathalyzer. When you drink, alcohol spreads through your saliva and breath. It evenly saturates your lungs and blood. Measuring the volume of alcohol in one part of the body can predictably tell you how much is in any other part of the body, how much is affecting the brain at any given time. That is made possible due to science on alcohol and crash risk back in the mid-20th century. With decades of study, it helped formulate the 0.08 alcohol limit. Marijuana isn't like that. The height of your intoxication isn't at the moment when blood THC levels peak, and the height doesn't rise and fall uniformly based on how the THC leaves and enters your body. Because THC is fat soluble, it moves more readily from water environments like blood to fatty environments like brain matter. Fatty tissues act like sponges for THC, and the brain is a very fatty tissue. It's been proven you can still measure THC in the brain even if it's no longer measurable in the blood. THC rapidly clears out of the blood in occasional users with a couple hours. While they're still high, a trickle of THC leaches out of their brains and other fatty tissues back into the blood until it's all gone. That means a lab test would only find trace amounts of THC in the blood of an occasional smoker after a few hours. You could have smoked a good amount, you've waited 2 hours, still be pretty euphoric intoxicated, and yet pass a DUI blood test. On top of that, if you eat...
give you a couple more seconds. Go ahead.
On top of that, if you eat marijuana instead of smoking it, your blood never carries that much THC. Edibles, or 11-hydroxy-THC, take several hours for the blood THC levels to peak, but it remains very low compared to the smoked root, even though they are still very euphoric. Needless to say, this is a complicated issue.
Now, you need to wrap it up. Yeah.
And while I'm 100% for public safety, I cannot support this amendment as the science behind it is still decades away from being applicable, if ever applicable. So I ask that you pass the ordinances changed.
Wrap it up, please.
Changes that Planning Commission is requesting, and that we fail this amendment with the understanding it lacks scientific backing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance?
Another point that should be, Megan Moody, Moody. Another point that should be discussed is tourism. I, as a retailer, have no legal direction to point our tourists into the to legally consume cannabis in our valley unless they are staying in friends and families' homes and have the permission of the property owner. I cannot tell you how many times that me and my staff have been asked, where can I legally smoke? Until we have on-site consumption in this valley, there really isn't a place they can legally consume without finding a private property and having the owner's permission. This is exactly why our marijuana control board members took a huge risk in moving forward with on-site consumption. This is the right thing to do in a state that is driven by tourism. So I ask you, between knowing that scientifically we cannot accurately measure blood as an indication of intoxication and our tourists having nowhere to legally consume, that you do not pass this amendment on the grounds that it just does not make sense for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to testify? Do we have a person online? Okay, go ahead, whoever's online.
Hello, this is Kirby Coleman here. You guys hear me all right?
Did he testify before? There was somebody that testified earlier. Okay, all right,
No,
go ahead.
I have not testified in this segment.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Kirby Coleman here, local business owner. I'm in favor of ordinance 22-136. And I'm not here to expect it to pass or you guys to be in favor of on-site consumption for that matter. I do want to bring up two key points. One is that troopers have been trained on how to recognize people that are intoxicated under cannabis. And they have handed out DUIs statewide. So it's something that is being done, recognizing somebody that's impaired, driving under the influence. So I don't think that that should hinder you guys from, there's nowhere nationwide or worldwide that can detect somebody how much THC is in their system. I can tell you that it is far safer than alcohol. And if you disagree with me there, then I would encourage you to stop willfully being ignorant and just educate yourself. Do some research. You might not be in favor of cannabis, but it is something that is here in the state and it's been voted on. I just want to, encourage you to educate yourself. Whether or not you're in favor of cannabis or not, it's here. So it would be for you to be, being a lawmaker would be, your due diligence to educate yourself on the substance that you're here to regulate. That being said, to the assembly member that had mentioned that you're getting high on whatever and out killing people, also do your research. It's not whatever, it's cannabis. It's a substance that was given to us by God Almighty. It was given to us here for a reason. All we ask is that we're giving a safe place for people to consume, encouraging tourism, and giving people safe access to consume in a legal manner versus where they are now. Furthermore, there is a facility in Fairbanks that has had on-site consumption for over a year now. And we've heard testimony from the trooper department up there that it hasn't created what you're talking about out there killing people. And so I just wanted you guys to encourage yourself. Hopefully I encourage you to do your research. Look at the studies coming out of the facility in Fairbanks. Look into cannabis, what it's doing for people. maybe try some. Maybe it's not the devil's lettuce. Maybe it's not, what you guys all think it is. You guys have been lied to. The whole marijuana propaganda. Marijuana is a made up word. So anyway, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had she kept referring to something that sounded like the Q-Bert department to me. Anybody, I was going to ask him to clarify. He kept saying the Q-Bert department had a problem with it. I can't imagine Q-Bert was Trooper. Thank you. I think somebody has better ears than me. I knew it couldn't be Q-Bert.
So we have another person online. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Joe McNamee, and I own the High Expedition cannabis retail store in Talkeetna. And I strongly agree with what Bailey Stewart had to say. She is obviously a professor at the University of Alaska teaching on this subject, so I would consider her a subject expert. And not to get into the whole science thing, but I think it's a pretty straightforward fact that the state of Alaska never considered the thing that you guys are proposing, or something under Young's proposing as an amendment to regulate a blood alcohol content or any kind of content. If the state of Alaska hasn't considered it and they've passed on-site consumption and it's legal and the one in Fairbanks is operating with no issues, I don't understand how the Mat-Su Borough thinks that it would be solely more knowledgeable than the state of Alaska. The Marijuana Control Board has put a lot of time and resources into regulating this industry, and to go and say, well, until the state does this, because guess what? The state is never going to do that. We're a long ways away from the science proving what would actually be effective and what would make sense scientifically. So this is effectively just banning on-site consumption through a backdoor amendment. If a assembly member doesn't like on-site consumption, they should just say that and fight it straight up. But to propose this amendment, it's just going to throw it out, and it won't be an option for decades to come. And that doesn't seem fair to something that the state of Alaska included since day one. On-site consumption was a part of this set of regulations since the very beginning. It took us a few years to get it approved. And the fact that there isn't even one operating in the Mat-Su Borough yet should say that this isn't going to be some big issue where there's going to be hundreds of businesses with on-site consumption lounges and a bunch of impaired drivers that we have to worry about. I'm also in a highly populated tourist area, and we really do need a place for tourists to safely consume. And if I do get a chance to open up my business, I will provide safe transportation. We will be monitoring the impairment of people, and that's the responsibility of the business owner, just like an alcohol bar establishment has, to do so. So I just think that to go against the state and to propose something the state hasn't even considered, it just seems a little irresponsible and kind of premature. And to me, it just seems like a backdoor amendment to try to ban this from even happening. So I would strongly encourage that this amendment not pass, and that if any assembly member has an issue with on-site consumption, that it be taken up as a separate issue, and it's a much larger topic than just trying to propose a standard for, regulating what the police officers don't even know anything about and can't do anything about at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in line? No. So one last call for anyone here that would like to testify that hasn't had a chance. Okay. Seeing and hearing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd move to adopt ordinance 22-136, and I'd like to speak to it briefly if possible.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so this originally came to us in 2016, I believe, 2021, about a year ago. And I believe possibly Mr. Sumner had originated it and sent it to referral to the Planning Commission, who had weighed in on it. And when it came to us, it was paired with the second ordinance we'll be considering right after this one. And some folks from the industry came out and pointed out a few problems that we had not anticipated with the ordinance as it was written. So I need to postpone it to address those issues, which I think we have done for the most part. So now I'm bringing it back as I said I would, even though it's been almost a year. Better late than never, I suppose. Although having just realized that we can actually endorse, have or allow on-site consumption facilities without having this without having these standards. I do think that the standards are a good idea, but I was under the impression that we could not even do it unless we had the standards. However, I think we have some good standards here, a little extra parking, some setbacks so folks don't have to inhale secondhand smoke if there's an outdoor facility. And, I have a little bit of a problem with the hours of operation, but you win some, you lose some. So I would hope that folks would support this.
Okay. Further discussion by assembly members regarding ordinance 22-136.
This is Young.
Okay. I'm sorry. I need to have a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Move to extend the meeting to 10:45.
Okay. Is there,
Oh, Josie.
is
We're
there
gonna miss you.
discussion? Any objection? Okay, so the meeting, and so, okay, thank you for letting me interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Assembly Member Young. I would like to offer my amendment, and then I'd like to speak to it, please. So,
Okay.
amendment pulled up here.
So do you want to read it, or do you want to have the clerk
I
read it?
move.
Okay, go
Yep,
ahead, sir.
I'll read it. I move to amend ordinance 22-136 by adding section 1 to read as follows. On-site marijuana consumption may only be permitted if the state of Alaska has adopted a standard that THC in driver's blood in quantities of 5 nanograms per milliliter or higher gives rise to an inference that a person is driving under the influence. And I'd like to speak to that.
Sure.
First off, I have no issue with on-site consumption. Okay, I think you should be able to go to a restaurant, have a glass of wine with your dinner, go to a bar, whatever. My issue with this, after talking to local Matsu Borough state troopers and our chief of police in Wasilla, is that there is no threshold that determines when somebody is intoxicated or not with this. The only thing they have right now is a field sobriety test, which they get thrown out of court all the time. They have to go in there and try to prove that somebody couldn't touch their nose, and your ABCs that. I don't know what they do, right? So, but it's tough. I didn't pick this number out of thin air. I used the state of Colorado's limit. They are a much more populated state than ours, about 7.5 times larger than us, and they've been in the business longer. I have no issue with marijuana. A lot of family and friends that use it, smoke it, eat it, whatever. This comes back to public safety. We have a responsibility to our community to keep our roads safe. I have no faith whatsoever in the Alaska State Legislature. We've had legalized marijuana in Alaska now for 7-8 years. The only thing our legislature has talked about in Juneau in those years is the PFD, and they've accomplished absolutely nothing. So what works in Sitka, in Ketchikan, and Juneau, where there are large boats full of tourists pull in, cruise ships, and they can all walk to places, and then on-site consumption, those guys down there, it's great for them. It's absolutely awesome. They can all walk right to one of the places where they can buy. They can use it there and then head back to the boat. That doesn't, or what works in Fairbanks, I don't care what works in Fairbanks. The Matsu Borough is larger than the state of West Virginia. We have no public transportation out there. If we don't have a line in the sand and a threshold that our officers have to fall back on, and again, I just went with the state of Colorado. There was a lot of science and backing that went into that. I promise you the legislature in Colorado didn't just pull a number out of thin air. So I duplicated theirs You can look at that on their state website, cannabis.colorado.gov. That's their state website. So anyway, like I said, my fundamental issue is not on-site consumption, not at all. In fact, I would co-sponsor with Assemblymember Hale if he wanted, changing our legislative priorities and asking us to put pressure on the state to come up with some sort of threshold. I think that would be a good idea. I think that should be a legislative priority of ours, is to ask the legislature to act. Again, I have no faith in what they've done the last 7 or 8 years. I have, some faith that maybe if they were asked and this was brought up to them, they might do something about it now. But trying to make the argument that the state of Alaska says it's fine, so that means it should be fine for the Mat-Su Borough, that'd be like saying that Washington, D.C. should determine what's good for the state of Alaska, and dangerous at best. So again, like I said, I do think I would like to see this amended. The hours of operation thing, it doesn't bother me if they're open 24 hours a day. That, I don't know that many businesses would be. It seems like they probably wouldn't make any money, and that's why, most of them do close down at night. I talked to a couple of the owners in my district that own facilities. I think Scorpion Grass is just outside of my district. They said they would never stay open in the middle of the night because you would pay your staff more than you would sell, right? So free market's kind of taking care of that on its own. So I'll support the hours of operation if Mr. Hale really wants them to go through. But really, like I say, I don't even care if they have those. I don't care if they're open 24/7, but I do care if people are using at the location and then have to drive home with no public transportation in the valley in a community bigger than the state of West Virginia, where I promise you're not walking home, and no threshold adopted by the state legislature. So if the state legislature can't get something done, I think we need to, and we owe it to our residents in the borough to do it. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Further?
Madam Mayor.
Oh. Jesse, can I? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak against this amendment. For one, it's completely unnecessary. There have been plenty of convictions for driving under the influence of cannabis in this state, both prior to and after the legalization of cannabis in 2014. The cops know what to look for. The prosecutors know how to get the convictions. Second, the legislature has allowed for on-site consumption, and they have not addressed a legal limit threshold for THC. And talk about not having any faith in the legislature. I don't believe that they will at anytime soon. So basically, what this amendment would do is prohibit any on-site consumption in the Mat-Su Borough for years or possibly even decades, which is just extra red tape that I don't think we need. And then finally, the tourist issue. The tourists arrive. The tourists that come here do not have a legal place to consume cannabis. And the Mat-Su Borough is, for good or ill, is relatively famous for a certain strain of cannabis whose name cannot be said on the public record. And so, there's folks who come to Alaska and come to the Valley specifically on that issue alone. And so, really, I think if you are if you want to be open for business, if you're pro-business, if you're anti-red tape, if you're pro-tourism, I think that this amendment is a bad idea.
Acting Deputy Mayor, comments? Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, so the amendment does seem to be a little strangely worded to me. So if you read it, I suppose if the state adopted a standard that was 4 nanograms per milliliter or higher, then we still wouldn't allow on-site consumption. I mean, it says that they have to adopt a standard that THC in a driver's blood in quantities of 5 nanograms per milliliter or higher gives rise to So if they adopt a more stringent standard than that, like say 4 or 2 or 1, then we won't allow? Am I misinterpreting this?
Go ahead, sir.
If that's a question for me, my answer would be yes, you're misinterpreting it, because it would be like saying, well, as long as the state of Alaska says that above a 0.10 or more, you're DUI, but the state of Alaska turned around and passed 08, the question would be, would that satisfy our ordinance? We would say, well, of course it does, because they're even more stringent. So if the state of Alaska says 0.04 or 0.03 or higher, the question for our ordinance would be, has the triggering event occurred? Is above 5 considered the presumption? And the answer would be yes.
Well, I'm still going to go ahead and
This is Jan. Sorry.
object.
Assemblyperson Hours, go ahead.
Through the mayor, so question, so if this effectively bans on-site consumption in the borough, are we able, does the borough have the power, if the state is allowing on-site consumption, to not allow it? Is that within our power?
Yes, there are very strong local option provisions for all aspects of the marijuana initiative that passed 2016, whatever it was. Very strong local. You can allow all marijuana. You could allow various categories of marijuana. But yes, this is.
Okay, thank you. And then just a comment, I would have no problem supporting the state adopting a threshold. I would be in support of us urging that, but I really feel like we step out of our lane when we, as a borough who have no expertise in this area, even though I recognize you're pulling from the state of Colorado, try to adopt a standard. So it's hard for me to support this. And then I just wonder if Assemblymember Yunt's going to say the same thing about the legislature when his friend Jesse Sumner is there, if you have a different feeling about it.
I probably will. What may I?
Yes.
May
go
I
ahead.
ask a technical question of the clerk and the attorney?
Sure.
In the spirit of being pro-business and anti-red tape, I would like to divide this because I want to vote down the hours of operation. I think they're very pro-red tape and very anti-business. So I would like to kill the hours of operation and then take up the other portion on its own.
Okay, go ahead, Madam
To Assemblymember Yant, we first need to take care of the amendments that's on the floor. But I'm trying to understand what you're wanting to divide, but that's a separate subject than the amendment on the floor.
Okay, so then my next question would be, can we amend my amendment and take out the 5 nanograms per milliliter that the state of Colorado has put in there and just simplify it to say that until the state of Alaska creates some sort of threshold, that on-site consumption is not legal in the Matsu Borough?
I think you could do a secondary, and I think you could take out the words.
I would like to do a secondary amendment.
Okay.
Written up, however the clerk and attorney determine, that will take out the 5 nanograms per milliliter, simplify it to where it just basically reads that no on-site consumption in the Matsu Borough will be legal until the state of Alaska adopts a nanogram per milliliter threshold that determines a DUI.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, can you hold on just a minute? We have the clerk and the
Yes, absolutely.
our attorney scribbling here. But if you want to go ahead and say something, and then I'll acknowledge them. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I would be in support if Mr. Yunt wanted to change our legislative priorities. I would be in support of us urging the state, the legislature, to adopt a standard for intoxication by THC. But I cannot support any kind of amendment that would prevent our businesses from, opening a a legal business in Alaska. And, if this amendment passes, given the knowledge that I now have that, we do not have to adopt standards in order to allow on-site consumption, then I would vote against the main motion.
Okay, go ahead. I think we have Assemblyperson Yount. I think we maybe have some wordage for you.
The wording would change to on-site marijuana consumption may only be permitted in the state of Alaska if the state of Alaska has adopted a nanogram per milliliter standard that gives rise to inference that a person is driving under the influence. So that would be the secondary amendment, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is that agreeable to you, Assemblyperson Yount?
Yes, ma'am, that's perfect.
Okay. So discussion now on the secondary amendment. Does anybody need to have it read again? Is everybody in? Yes.
So we still haven't separated the issues of hours of operation? No, so it's going to be the
We
whole
have-
Magilla, but with the amendment about the state that Lonnie just read.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. We have.
Then could we vote by?
We have to take care of the amendments first and say we're on the floor first.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Deputy Mayor, Acting Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I suppose I would just have to object to Rob's attempt to use an amendment to change Tim's or Assemblymember Hale's bill into an actual ban. I mean, it's rather abusive to somebody's ordinance to take it and flip it around so that you're actually banning the thing that they wanted to regulate. So, I mean, that's just, yeah.
Okay. Further discussion by the Assembly?
Quite frankly,
Yeah, this is John. I would normally say that's a very fair statement. Although I will say, I don't think many of the people on the dais tonight knew that by not doing anything at all, that on-site consumption was legal. I don't know that everybody knew that. I sure didn't, and it sounds like others didn't. So this brought it to all of our attention, which is great, right, wrong, and indifferent, no matter how you vote. I think you got to ask yourself, in a community larger than the state of West Virginia with no public transportation, do we think it's a good idea or not? And I think it'd be a great idea if the state adopted some sort of threshold, but we haven't. And so, hopefully with you going down there, Mr. Sumner, maybe you can help get it done, but it hasn't been done since it's been legalized. The state of Colorado adopted one. I simplified ours to take out the nanograms and make it, or the amount, and just make it whatever the state adopts. We owe it to the community to keep them as safe as possible. I had a lot of conversations with 2 state troopers about this and our chief of police in the city of Wasilla. I'm not sure that anybody else talked to any of our officers in the community about it, but I can tell you they were very against it until there's some sort of threshold. So I think, to me, this is just common sense. So that's all I got.
Yes,
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that there are many convictions every single year for driving under the influence of cannabis. It's not something new. It's not something that they can't catch. It's not something that they can't convict for. It happens all the time. So.
Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I can't think of a better way to put pressure on the legislature to actually come up with some standards than to pass Mr. Yunt's secondary amendment, and then Jesse go down there and the marijuana lobby go down there and say, get on your horse and get this done so we can get back to business. I would very much support what he's doing just to speed the process, because it's all about, as he said, public safety. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not I approve or disapprove of marijuana, whether I use it or don't, whether I ever did or don't, whatever, has nothing to do with that. But if we've got to have something somewhere that sets some sort of a limit, otherwise you just invite more trouble. So that's, and I can tell you, lived a pretty long life, and I was around when marijuana wasn't what it is now. So I just think that it's a good idea to put a little check on it somewhere. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Further, yes. Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
Thank you. This also doesn't have anything to do with whether I approve or disapprove, but I think we're on the bubble if we have an ordinance advertised as adding standards for retail facilities that allow on-site consumption of marijuana, and we essentially add standards that ban it in terms of notifying the public. So I can't, I can't support this amendment on those grounds. I'm in agreement with Assemblymember Sumner.
Further discussion? Do we have objection to the secondary amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so Madam Clerk?
Go ahead and vote, people in the room. And we're on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember Sumner, Nowers, and Hale opposed.
Okay. So now we have the,
Primary is amended.
This is Yunt. May I?
yes, go ahead.
In the spirit of being anti-red tape and pro-business, I would like to strike down the hours of operation.
We're still on the primary amendment. We haven't passed the amendment yet. We just voted
passed
on the
it.
I
secondary.
apologize.
No problem.
Maybe it's because it's late, but would you say what you just said? Because I don't know where we are.
The Assembly just voted on the secondary amendment.
Which
The
was?
secondary amendment passed that took out the words THC in the driver's blood and quantities of 5 nanograms per milliliter or higher.
And we took that
You took that out.
out.
Now you're on the primary as amended.
So it's,
Okay.
it's out
And
of
the-
the
and the-
primary also.
And the primary as amended is with the hours of operation?
No,
No.
this still has to
We're not
do.
there yet.
We're not on the main motion yet. This is the primary amendment that Assemblymember Yunt made.
Okay.
To be, and let the attorney and clerk correct me, but basically it's the same, the main amendment is the same as the secondary amendment that we just voted on, right?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
This main amendment is basically the same amendment that we just voted as the secondary.
Correct.
Yeah. So we're just, yeah, since the main amendment was changed by the secondary amendment, now in essence, that's what you're re-voting on then. Okay, further discussion? Okay. Is there objection to the main motion?
To the primary amendment.
To the primary amendment, is there
Yes.
objection? Okay,
If I can get the
So-
people, the Assembly members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale, Sumner, and Nowers opposed. Now we
Okay.
are on the main motion.
okay, so the main motion is the ordinance 22-136 as presented with the amendment incorporated. So now Assemblyperson
This
McKee,
is Yunt. May I?
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. McKee. Go ahead, Ms. McKee.
So.
No,
you wanna-
I'm okay. I'm just trying to rearrange my thoughts here.
Okay, so you're not ready to do what you were talking about before?
Not quite. I want to hear Rob first.
Okay, all right. So further discussion then on ordinance 22-136 as amended.
Yeah, this is Assemblymember Yunt. In the spirit of being pro-business and anti-red tape, I do not think we need an hours of operation. I think the free market can determine that. It's not a safety issue whatsoever. It has nothing to do with public safety. It has to do with, do people think they can make enough money between midnight and 8 a.m. to justify keeping the doors open? I don't think that's my job to determine. So I would like to, I believe the right way to do this would be an amendment to get rid of the hours of operation. And if that's the case, if the clerk agrees with me, then I would like to offer that amendment right now to get rid of the hours of operation.
Okay, clerk has a
If I
suggestion.
could double check with Mr. Strawn, is that just striking F? Yes, you would have to strike section F.
Do we need to strike it in the title also? No, we don't. The title talks about adding hours of operation.
You could.
Okay. So is that right?
Madam Mayor.
Agree with, is that what you agree? Excuse me just a minute, sir.
The clerk as reviser of ordinances can amend the title later. You don't need to make it a formal amendment to do it.
Okay, so we can just strike this, okay, all right. Now go ahead, whoever was online that wanted to speak. Go ahead. Oh, Assemblyperson Hale?
Sorry, I was reaching for the mute. Button. I support this amendment. I was planning on offering the exact same amendment.
Okay, so this amendment for the Assemblyperson Yount to strike F.
Yes.
Okay, so the discussion now is on the amendment to strike section F, like in Frank. Discussion on that. Any objection to striking that? Okay, seeing and hearing no objection, then that amendment passes. So now before you, again, you have ordinance 22-136 as amended twice. Further discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Question for the clerk, point of order, I guess. Is it possible for me to withdraw my motion to adopt?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Hale, once that motion was made, it belongs to the entire body.
That's what I believe.
You could ask
That's
to
what I thought.
you could
But I
ask to
figured-
withdraw
but I
it.
figured I'd check.
You could ask to withdraw that motion, but it would need to pass the assembly.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to say that, rather than adopting standards for marijuana on-site consumption facilities, we are now prohibiting them. And so therefore, I cannot support this ordinance, and I will be voting against it. It could be years or even decades before the legislature adopts any kind of standards for blood THC content, and by then we will be so far behind the ball that everyone else is going to have their operations up and running, and our businesses will fail. So I will not support this as amended.
Okay. Assemblyperson Hours.
Through the mayor again, I'm just going to restate my objection based on there's got to be some kind of truth in advertising, and this ordinance says add hours of operation and standards to allow on-site consumption, and the truth in advertising is we now have an ordinance banning on-site consumption of marijuana. And in fairness to the public, I don't think that I can't support it as is, because it didn't give a fair opportunity, fair notice to the public that we might be considering effectively banning on-site consumption.
Acting Deputy Mayor, did you have comments? No? Yes? Okay, sorry, we thought, yeah, I should know, you have comments all the time, right? So
Yeah,
I just call on you every 5 minutes.
Madam Mayor, I do think that if we were going to do this, it would be more appropriate to withdraw this ordinance and allow Assemblymember Yount to bring forward an ordinance essentially banning it, because you're going to be passing an ordinance that bans on-site consumption with Assemblymember Hale as the sponsor attached. So, and I do not believe that was his intent. So, maybe a little bit of common courtesy would be appropriate, and it could be withdrawn and reintroduced by Assemblymember Yount.
Further discussion on the motion
In the
that's on the
spirit,
floor.
this is
Go ahead, sir.
This is Assembly Member Young. I agree wholeheartedly with Jesse on this. If it's going to pass tonight, I want it to pass in a way that keeps our community as safe as possible. I would like to make a motion to either vote this whole thing down, table it indefinitely, whatever needs to be done, and ask the clerk and the attorney to put together a new ordinance to bring forward that will ban on-site consumption. I know even if somebody decided to go open, I already talked to the attorney about this, by the way, actually, right? So I too felt that this was a bad idea to do it this way, but I also felt I had no other choice to at least start the process. Where I'm going with this is if somebody decided to hurry up, and Nick, I would like you to clarify what I'm saying, but if we don't pass this tonight and somebody decides tomorrow night to open, or tomorrow they're going to hurry up and open on-site consumption with no standards, and we come back in a month after, or 5, 6 weeks, 2, 3 meetings, whatever it may be, and then we pass legislation, we pass an ordinance that creates, those rules, then they'll no longer be allowed to do it. So if anybody out there thinks that the time is now to hurry up and rush and get this done, I just want to mention that I do believe, and Nick can clarify, but we can take that away from them in a couple of meetings. So.
Okay, so Mr.
Madam
Attorney?
Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I would make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
I would like to ask the attorney just to clarify what I said. If we do vote to postpone indefinitely and somebody decides to allow on-site consumption starting tomorrow, and then we pass legislation in the near future that bans it without some sort of state threshold, that we can then tell them to stop allowing on-site consumption. Is that correct?
Yes, just like everybody in the state's a lot more familiar with local option laws for alcohol. So if somebody has alcohol, establishment license, a beverage dispensary license, let's say, and a municipality votes that they're going to go damp, let's say, or dry completely, you don't get to keep operating in the face of that. And the local option laws for the marijuana are virtually identical, a little bit different. But Assemblymember Yunt is correct. There is no pre-existing legal nonconformity because it's a marijuana initiative is a separate power. It's not technically a planning power that this flows from.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. To postpone.
Okay, then I will support Assemblymember Hale's wish to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Further discussion by the Assembly? Any objection to the motion to postpone ordinance 22-136 indefinitely? I don't see or hear any objection, so the motion to postpone has passed.
Ordinance 22-137, an ordinance amending MSB 1760 conditional uses to change the applicability and standards for marijuana cultivation facilities.
Staff report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Borough. So this ordinance does a couple of different things. One is it changes cultivation facilities to be a conditional use from a conditional use permit to an administrative permit. So out of all the permits that we have in the borough, the ones that require a lot of subjectivity, such as it's in character of the surrounding area or is in line with the comprehensive plan, those should go to the Planning Commission. If it is a matter of really just ensuring that the standards are met and they're pretty clear and cut and dry, that is something that the planning director can do. And that's what we do through some administrative permits. When we go through the administrative permit process, I actually sit at the dais, right where the mayor is sitting right now. I gavel in, we hold a public hearing, we do a notification, we take comments, and then a decision is made. That's how administrative permits work, and that's how this administrative permit would work. It also changes some of the standards. It takes out those subjective type standards about character of the surrounding area and things like that. It also removes the 100-foot setback from lot lines for cultivation facilities and the 50-foot setback from cultivation facilities. And it really ensures, the standards are, it has to be a certain distance from a school, which is pretty objective standard. They have to have a good plan for destroying waste. They have to have a good security plan, lighting plan, things that are sort of already covered by the state, things that can be determined by the planning director pretty easily to ensure that it does meet the code.
Okay. Questions to staff? Yes, Assemblyperson 2, go ahead.
So does the public get an opportunity to weigh in on this before you?
Through the mayor, yes, they would have 3 minutes to speak, just like they do at a planning commission meeting.
I have a question for staff.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Alex, so I fundamentally, I have no problem with this. The idea that you guys can take this up instead of the planning commission, I think if it's something pretty simple, I would be okay with that. My concern, did I hear you say that it would strike down the 100-foot from sidelines and 50 foot from rear and front? I think you said, I can't remember. It would get rid of that altogether. So does that mean that you would be able to, if this were to pass, you could avoid the planning commission, not have to go to them, and then you could grow anywhere? I mean, right now, with the 100-foot setbacks, it at least ensures that somebody has to have a decent sized piece of property and they can't just permit their garage, say, in a subdivision full of half-acre lots or even more so. I mean, I'm afraid if we get rid of all the setbacks, are you not telling me that you could permit in a garage in a condominium with no setbacks? Could you not use your garage in a townhouse style condo to grow?
Go ahead.
So, so through the mayor. So right now, an individual household can grow 12 plants without any regulations whatsoever. The state actually exempts that. If you're going to fill your garage full right now, as it is, if it's under 500 square feet of cultivation, that is also not regulated by the borough, and it's regulated a little bit differently by the state of Alaska, or at least it requires a smaller renewal fee. So if you're to go in your garage, yes, it is currently not regulated by the borough. If you're to go larger than that, then it would require an administrative permit if this ordinance were to be adopted, and they would be subject to the basic setbacks just like any other structure is, 25 feet from a right-of-way or 10 feet from a side or rear lot line.
Okay, so help me understand better then. If you were going to grow 13 plants or 499 square feet, this would get rid of any, I mean, it would pretty much be, there would be, it would be, all of them would pass, is that what you're saying? So more than 12, so the state, I understand that the state exempts 12 and less, so you're 13 or more. And 500 square feet, just so people understand, doesn't necessarily mean a 500 square foot garage. It can mean 500 feet of canopy, right? 500 feet of, so it can be quite a bit more than, well, you can't even do 500 feet of canopy in a 500 square foot room, or you wouldn't be able to get to it. Also, you wouldn't have any pathways in between or not. But what you're saying is if this passes tonight and there's 13 plants or more, but less than 500 square feet of canopy, that there would be no setbacks whatsoever?
So through the mayor to Assemblymember Yunt, that already is the law. Right now, limited cultivation facilities, meaning less than 500 square feet, are not regulated by the borough. That is currently the law, and that would not change with this ordinance.
But there is, I understand, but there is setbacks for the, so you're saying, all right, so the 100-foot setbacks are only when you get to 500 square feet?
That is correct.
I thought they were once you pass 12 plants. I thought it was once you pass 12.
Currently for
the state.
Through the mayor. So currently, there are no special restrictions if it's under 500 square feet. So right now, as the law is, if it's under 500 square feet, none of the restrictions such as the setback or anything apply. It's treated like any other structure or business that's not regulated by the borough.
Okay, so then there's no setbacks under 500 square foot. The only thing that gives, so then you could say use a garage in a fourplex. Could even be an apartment. It wouldn't even have to be, but what might actually prevent people from doing that would be, because I do think that's a little bit much, right? I'm all for people growing in their garage if they want, but if your garage is attached to other people's, I think they have a right to know. It is definitely could be a fire hazard. So I don't know. I guess if this were to pass, then there would be no public process or no planning commission. At least, would there be mailers that go out? Would there be anything to the people in the community still within 500 feet, 300, 1,000? I don't know. How does that work?
So the 500 square feet thing is not changing with this ordinance. So as it is right now, if it's over 12 plants and under 500 square feet, the state still has very strict regulations for these things, and they require a license with the state of Alaska. Essentially, everything from camera footage and security and all sorts of plans and restrictions associated with that, that would be regulated still if it's under 500 square feet. So that is not changing at all. So your question of can you do it in a condo or an apartment building, I'm not sure the state would allow that. You have to have like restricted areas, and the owner of the apartment building would have to probably have a background check, and I don't know if you'd be able to do that. So I guess I forgot the second part of the question there. So
well, then I guess I'll ask, what is the point of getting rid of the setbacks? What's the objective there?
So this is a requested by Assembly Member Hale. The 100-foot setback and that only would apply to greater than 500 square feet. And yes, there would be a mailing, there would be a public notification, there would be public hearing and everything like that. It would just be the director that would be sitting at the dais instead of the planning commission. I can tell you that when I originally authored the regulations for marijuana, the 100-foot setback for cultivation facilities was very unpopular in the cultivation crowd. I thought of it as a sort of a inherent protection against smell, but certainly it made it so that a lot of properties that would be potentially suitable for marijuana cultivation were no longer suitable for marijuana cultivation because of that setback. But I guess I would let Assemblymember Hale speak to why he requested that be eliminated.
I would be happy to speak to it after the public hearing.
Okay, sure. All right, further question of staff? Okay, I have some questions. Okay. So what is the difference then regarding public notification between the conditional use and the administrative hearing?
Yeah, so they're identical. There's a section of code 17.03, which is public notification for public meetings that both processes follow. So they are identical.
Okay, but the decision is by the staff on the administrative hearings, right?
That's correct.
And not on either an elected or appointed body.
Correct.
So that bothers me that we are, yeah, you're taking it away from people that are either elected or appointed and giving it to staff where the public, they can come and talk, but the staff still makes the decision. And I think that's a major, major concern for transparency in our government. Yep.
Okay. Can
Okay, we need to extend, acting deputy mayor, extend again.
I move to extend to 11:15.
Okay, thank you. Any objection? Okay. Right. What, can I follow up one more question before? So what type of activities in the borough now are handled by an administrative permit? I guess that's what you call it, right? Or
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
have 3 levels basically of permitting within the borough. There's ministerial. So for instance, the driveway permit is ministerial. That is completely decided in-house with no public notification whatsoever. Multifamily development permit is ministerial. They've met the standards, we approve it. And then there's examples of administrative permit process would be towers over 85 feet and under 120 feet, or a gravel permit that is less than 2 years, or 7,000 cubic yards for indefinite potentially. So smaller or shorter duration gravel pits. Those are the types of permits. So the administrative gravel permit actually has more discretion than a marijuana cultivation facility would have. In order to approve a gravel permit, we have to ensure that it is in line with the comprehensive plan and things like that. I think the reason why, though, is so that it could be an expedited process that could be, we tend to approve if it meets all the standards, and so that's why it's done that way.
And cutting out the, yeah. Okay, Acting Deputy Mayor, you had some comments?
I guess I'd ask, has the planning commission ever not approved one of these?
So the planning commission has not denied a single marijuana or retail facility or cultivation facility.
Further?
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, question through the mayor to the planning director. If this change to administrative permit came at the request of the planning commission, is that correct?
No, I think this notion came with that ordinance back in 2021. That's where this was first conceived. I do not believe it was derived originally from the planning commission.
Further questions to staff or the assembly? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on ordinance 22-137. Anyone that would like to testify?
My name is Bailey Stewart, owner of Green Jar Cannabis Retail. I would like to address 22-37. I would like to address this concern with setbacks. They were really steep. If we're talking about red tape and allowing businesses to flourish here in the borough, that was one of them. A lot of the parcels that have been delineated in the borough pretty much made it impossible to have cultivations, and people have been pretty creative on how to have cultivations. The setbacks were there to address smell issues. But as you can see through the state of Alaska, we have stringent regulations in regards to ventilation. There can be no smell. And enforcement officers are here. We have one specifically for our Matsu Borough who goes around and addresses any concerns about smell. They will measure the wind direction. They are there to mitigate that issue for the Matsu Borough. And yeah, I think I am in support of this ordinance being passed and everything that the Planning Commission Department is working on, and that it be an administrative process, because there really shouldn't be huge restrictions. These people, for the most part, are just family grows. You don't have these huge retail cultivation facilities as you would see in the lower 48. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify on this ordinance 22-137? Do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay, one last time for anybody here. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And Assemblyperson Hale?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I move to adopt ordinance 22-137, and I'd like to speak to it, please.
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so this is the second portion of that ordinance that came before us in February of 21 there. I also had some concerns about moving it from a conditional use permit to an administrative permit, but the fact that there still will be a public hearing reassured me, as well as notification. And my understanding was that this had come at the request of the Planning Commission because they felt that they were basically spending all of their time on these cultivation permits, and that they had never denied one, and that they didn't really need to do those things. As far as the setbacks go, this is one of the issues that has come up repeatedly from the industry. The reason for removing sorry, my earbud thing just died. I'm going to speakerphone. The reason for removing the 100-foot setbacks is that there are a number of really good warehouse style properties in industrial areas that are built on very narrow lots where the warehouse occupies almost the entirety of the lot. A good example of that is some warehouse properties along Blue Lupin down there in between Palmer and Wasilla on the frontage of the parks. These warehouses, they're long and narrow and eminently suitable for cannabis grows, and are in industrial areas, not in neighborhoods. And folks simply could not get a permit to grow in those areas. So that is my change based on the input from industry members the last time that this issue came up. So.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor, Acting Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So they permitted one of these things right across the street from my house. All my neighbors came in and took up a lot of their energy complaining about it, and to no avail, of course. It was just rubber stamped like they all are. So, I don't see much point in not going to administrative process, because you're causing a lot of folks a lot of angst coming in here and complaining when zero of them ever are denied. But I cannot get behind getting rid of these setbacks. I would say there is odor. It is noticeable. The setbacks ameliorate that. Having a marijuana growing facility potentially 10 feet from your lot line, maybe 20 feet from your house, I do not think is appropriate. Now, we could maybe put some language about setbacks from residential land uses as opposed to commercial, but I don't believe it is appropriate for somebody, that's just enjoying their lot as a residential, as their home, to necessarily have to be concerned that their next door neighbor 20 feet away, or not very far away, is going to be producing significant amounts of odor. So that'd be my opinion.
Further discussion by Assembly.
This is Jan. I have a question for Assemblymember Summer. I agree with you on the setbacks thing, and when you mentioned the residential compared to commercial, I could possibly move in that direction with you. My question for you would be, how would you distinguish between the two when we have no zoning in the Matsu Borough? I don't think we could distinguish between the two. Therefore, I think we probably ought to leave the setbacks in. But that's just me. If you have a way, if you or the attorney or the planning department think there's a way to clarify the difference between the two, then I could, I could definitely hear that argument. So.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hours, go ahead.
I just, we don't have zoning in the borough, so the way that we have resolved that is through a conditional use permit process, which allows property owners who have made the biggest investment of their lives, often, to have a voice at the table. So I guess I am loath to, even though I'm hearing, the process to date has not resulted in a denial, to shrink that opportunity for property owners to have a voice in front of a body, as opposed to an administrative permit, because that's the only recourse that people in the valley have to have a voice in terms of things that could potentially affect the use of their and enjoyment of their property, which is their biggest investment that most of them are making.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
After all the conversations, I'm not sure where we ended up. A yes vote on this does what to the setbacks? A no vote on this does what to the setbacks? I don't know. Jesse?
So it would eliminate any setbacks, any special setbacks for marijuana facilities, marijuana cultivation facilities. It would also modify the setbacks from school grounds. And I guess I could read, so it would exclude, right now, it would read that the setback would be the lot or parcel of land upon which any of the above itemized uses are located, the above itemized uses being school grounds, and it would cut out the any of the above itemized uses and insert has been developed with facilities such as buildings, parking lots, playgrounds, or sports fields. Setback distances shall not be measured from developed trails within wooded areas on school grounds. So essentially those parts of the school grounds that they may be using as hiking trails and whatnot, while they now would be included in those setbacks, would be then excluded. So reducing also the setbacks from school parcels.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, to Jesse Sumner's, Assemblymember Sumner's point. So one really good example of this is right there at Four Corners by the Three Bears. You could not put a cultivation facility in there, as it would be too close to the whatever 40 acres or whatever that is owned by the school district in that area. And of course, there is a bar there and a liquor store and any other number of things. But due to the way the setbacks are currently worded, you have to be 1,000 feet from the lot line. And so you have 20 acres of basically empty swamp before you reach the actual school grounds, between the lot line and the school grounds. And so you could not put any type of marijuana facility right next door to the Four Corners bar. This would fix that.
Further discussion by the Assembly. Well, that's a large concern to me because children will be out there playing. We have football, we have track, we have running track on all of the general on the school grounds. And we fought pretty hard for this when I was on the marijuana committee, when marijuana became legal. And so I am very much not in favor of reducing that setback. I think
Madam Mayor?
setbacks need to stay there.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I might, it would not, it would still require 1,000 feet from a football field, a track, a playground, any of those type of things, just not the lot line.
Right, but right now for Pioneer Peak, we are going to put the Matsu Central School there on some of that vacant land. And so who knows what else maybe could be added to that extra acreage. And once the facility is in, then it's there. And so that's my stance on that. Further discussion by the Assembly. Is there objection?
This is Ron.
Yes, go ahead, Ron.
I'm in favor of setbacks. And that's it.
Okay. Further discussion by the Assembly. Yes, Deputy Mayor?
So I would move to amend on page 6. I would strike, or excuse me, reinsert any of the above itemized uses are located, and strike has been developed with facilities such as buildings, parking lots, playgrounds, or sport fields. Setback distances shall not be measured from developed trails within wooded areas on school grounds. And on page 7, I would move to reinsert E, marijuana cultivation facilities shall be set back 50 feet from public right-of-ways and 100 feet from side or rear lot lines. And so in effect, that would be reinserting the setbacks that were being deleted by this.
Okay.
So that would accomplish what the mayor's concerns were?
I believe, but the mayor could speak for herself, but I believe she also had some concerns around the administrative permit versus conditional use permit.
I see.
But I did not necessarily share those concerns because I myself believe that we were unnecessarily causing people a lot of angst when we never deny the things. So.
Yeah, but we've changed the planning commission, so.
Oh.
People still need to have a voice, you know, they need to have a voice. And trying to get through to 3 levels, past the elected officials, past the appointed board, past the manager, down to a department head, to a department, takes away a lot of public input and the access. And that was one of my major things because of what happened at the city of Palmer when I ran for mayor, is that the public would have access to the elected officials. And now with the administrative, you're putting it down about 4 levels, and it's somebody they can't get to. So.
This is Assembly Member Yount, may I?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had great concern all night with the setbacks going away, but earlier I had said that, I could possibly support doing it at the staff level, but after listening to you, I fully agree with you. I don't think that's a good idea. It's nothing against the staff. I have the utmost confidence in them. It's just that it takes away people's access, like you said, to us elected officials. And it's us elected officials. I understand that the Planning Commission has never denied one of these, but that wasn't the Planning Commission we appointed as elected officials. We've all had an opportunity to appoint new people in our seats. I know I have. And so there's really none of this legislation that I could support, and I would like to have an up or down vote on it. I don't want to go so far as to call the question because I don't want to be rude to any of my fellow assembly members. I would like everybody to be able to speak if they would like to. So I won't call the question, but I would like to vote on it as it is. Thank you.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, I think the clerk had some questions about your amendment.
On page 6, I didn't get what you had said. I'm assuming you're on C? What did-
Yeah, so we're reinserting the struck language on page 6.
Okay.
And we are striking the inserted pair or couple of sentences there from has to school grounds.
Okay, perfect. Now I got it. Thank you.
Okay. So we have to recognize the amendment by the acting deputy mayor. Discussion on the amendment. Is there objection to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Ben?
People in the room can go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Nowers. I thought you were still thinking. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember 2 and McKee opposed.
Okay, so now we have before us ordinance 22-137 as amended. Discussion on that.
This is Yunt. I supported the amendment just in case the overall thing passes. But I will not be supporting the legislation even though it's amended. That's all I got.
Further discussion by assembly.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just like to state for the record that at that last vote, I thought we were voting on the main motion.
Yeah, we wondered about that over here, but anyway, yeah. Ready? So is there objection to ordinance 22-137 passed as amended?
Yeah.
Okay, there is objection. So, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
If I can get
Okay.
the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Yunt.
No, ma'am.
Assemblymember Bernier.
No, ma'am.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
It failed with Assemblymember Hale and Sumner in support.
Okay. So the next item is audience participation. It was originally moved and we did take audience participation, but we wanted to be sure and leave this one open for latecomers or, giving everybody a chance. So with that, I'll open audience participation. You're welcome to address the assembly on any subject, whether it's on the agenda or not, for 3 minutes. Okay, see, no, do we have anybody online? No? Okay. One last chat? Yes. Yeah, come on.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Laura Pevan, P-E-V-A-N. I am a biologist here in the Valley, a fisheries biologist. I have a bachelor's and a master's in environmental science, most of which was focused on fish and fish habitat. I grew up fishing here in Alaska, and I hope to die fishing here in Alaska. Currently, there's a, sorry, I'm not a good public speaker. Currently, there is a law in the books here that says that there should be a small buffer between people and water here in the Valley, like there are in many places in the world, in the United States, and many cities. I wonder what the Valley would have looked like if that law hadn't been put on the books 40 years ago. We've heard a lot today about people swimming in lakes and fishing, and we know that nature is very important to residents here. I was also a Girl Scout for a very long time, and we were always taught to do our business far away from the water, to protect that water. And water that we knew needed to be clean and healthy for more than just ourselves. There are many reasons to retain a buffer between buildings and water, many of which you heard about 4 hours ago. Economic, fishing brings money to the valley. Aesthetic, clean water is nice to look at, and nature is fun to play in. Scientific, there's a lot of data and studies that show that buffers work in helping maintain water quality and fish populations. But I feel like there's another reason that that the ordinance at the end of the night, I can't remember which number it was, sorry, why the ordinance amendment should not move on. I believe that lawmakers such as yourselves, as well as all people, have a moral obligation to use power to make this world a better place for more than just ourselves, but for all the creatures that live here with us. This is my first time here, and I'm struck by the seal behind you. And I noticed that it has more creatures and animals than people. And, you know, a long time ago, they were here in great numbers. They were living in the water, drinking from streams and lakes. And they were Alaskan before there was Alaska. And it's my belief that respecting sensitive and communal features of this place that we all call home seems like the least we can do for ourselves, for our kids and grandkids, and all of God's creatures that share this land with us. So with that, I really appreciate your time, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the assembly? Okay, seeing no one, then I will close audience participation. And we are at the consent agenda. I believe there was one item that was pulled earlier, but I know maybe not everybody was available. So does any other member of the assembly have anyone to pull? Okay, I guess not, Madam Clerk, so go ahead.
Resolution 22-120, a resolution establishing dates certain for payment, delinquency, protest, and appeal of 2023 regular assessment and tax rolls, business inventory filing, and for the commencement of hearings before the Board of Equalization. Resolution 22-121, a resolution directing the manager to waive Burma personal use firewood fees for Life Changers Program participants. Resolution 22-122, a resolution approving the reclassification of a regular full-time accountant assistant 1 for the Finance Department, Revenue and Budget Division to a regular full-time division administrative specialist. AM 22-143, approve of additional utility relocate cost of $49,577.24 to N-Star for Bel Air Estates project number 30039. AM 22-146, vacate a portion of a 40-foot wide right-of-way of West Rifle Street, a portion of a 20-foot wide right-of-way of South Cataract Street, and a portion of 20-foot wide right-of-way of West Cutleaf Birch Avenue located in Section 20, Township 17 North, Range 1 West, Seward Meridian. AM 22-147, award of contract number 23045C to HDL Engineering Consultants in the contract amount of $135,966 to design pavement rehabilitation of Selden Road and improvements to Lucille Street. AM 22-149, approval of change order number 4 to contract number 19109P with All Points North LLC for the Hatcher Pass survey and platting to extend completion time to June 30th, 2023. AM 22-150, approval of contract amendment for Northern Asphalt Construction, contract 2205B to extend the project completion date to September 30th, 2023 for Camarant Way road improvements. AM 22-151, approval of contract amendment number 3 to contract 22063P with Moffett and Nickel for design pile sleeve protection for Port McKenzie to add $207,573 for additional design services and to extend the contract completion date to December 30th, 2024. AM 22-152, award of proposal number 2320P to HDL Engineering Consultants for the contract amount of $274,051 to design upgrades to Middle Lakes Loop. AM 22-153, acceptance of late filed and retroactive senior citizen and disabled veteran exemption applications.
Acting Deputy Mayor, let's see, you first want to make a motion, and don't try to be so optimistic. Just go for midnight and be done with it.
I move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Any objection? Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me to give you a bad time. Go
I
ahead
move
and
to
make your
approve
motion.
I move to approve the legislation as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved but we do have one item we need to take up, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That is AM 22-155, approval of the road service area road improvement project list 2023, pulled by Assembly Member 2.
Okay. Would you like to move it, sir, and then you can discuss?
I move to AM 22-155.
Okay, would you like to speak to your?
Yeah,
motion?
the reason I pulled it is, for one reason, is for the sand pile and storage development. We've turned this down in the past. We don't need a sand storage unit. The contractors don't want the sand storage unit. And I don't feel that it's in the borough's best interest to spend money on a sand storage facility. And it's not just one place, they're trying it in all the RSAs. So I would urge my fellow assembly people to turn it down also, but the rest of it, let it go.
Okay, and so it would be for all of the areas that it shows up in, not just one RSA?
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
your question?
No, because I didn't
Okay.
hear an amendment. So
Okay.
was your amendment to take out all sand storage units in all the project lists?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the discussion now,
This is Yacht.
okay.
This is Yacht. May I speak to that? I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Two. The state of Alaska's salt content and their material that they put out on the road is higher than ours. And the state doesn't even have any of these facilities. I don't think the borough needs to be spending money to build them or maintain them. We've already had this discussion. We had it, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago. And I think it's not a responsible use of the taxpayers' money. And like I said, our salt content and our material that we put on the roads is lower than the states, and they don't even do it. So I agree with Moki. Thank you for recognizing that. And Paul, you have my support on your amendment.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Did you want to talk before or wait?
I-
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Go
I
ahead.
would like to offer a secondary amendment.
Mm-hmm.
I would move that we leave in the references to sand storage units in RSA 19 and RSA 26, which are in District 1, Lazy Mountain and Butte.
Okay, so remove RSA 19 and 26 from the amendment. Is that?
Correct. I'd like to speak to it if I would, just
Sure.
very briefly. These have been requested by my RSAs, and I would like to keep them.
Okay. Already, so now.
I have a question for the manager.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So through the mayor to Manager Brown, was it RSA money only that would pay for these facilities and RSA money only that would maintain them? Or is there any sort of general funds that would help pay or maintain them?
So through the mayor to Mr. Yunt, that's correct. It would be RSA funds that fund it and maintain it. And I guess I would ask the assembly if you would for a second, because this is a little bit different than the request that was before the assembly 2 years ago. So if it's okay, I would like to invite Tom Adams up to at least explain the scope of what's proposed and why, so that that's on the record before you make your decision. And you make your decision and we'll march accordingly.
Okay, go ahead. So any objection to staff addressing this? Okay, go ahead, sir.
No, he's got an objection.
Did you have an objection to staff talking to us?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, the assembly is debating at the moment and nobody has asked a question to staff from the assembly.
Okay. Madam Mayor?
This is Assembly Member Yunt. I would like to ask Mr. Adams to come up and speak on behalf of us so that we know how to vote accordingly on Mr. Hill's amendment.
All right, thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Manager. Tom Adams, Director of Public Works. So, Mr. Tooze, as the manager did suggest, I understand there's some history here pursuing the salted sand storage facilities that were pretty verbose, and there's reasons perhaps my predecessor proposed those. That's not what we're suggesting to do here tonight. I would point out that within this legislation, we are only including 15 of the 16 RSAs. Absent from tonight's legislation is that for RSA 21, because that board has decided not to put forward a list at this time. So just understand that the only RSAs that we're talking about in this legislation are the others that are within the remaining districts. And again, within this legislation is the fact that we got, of the remaining 15, we do have 5 resolutions of support. 2 of the RSAs already have this line item from prior years. So we have 7 of the 15 that already include this line item. So to the point of the manager suggesting this is a different structure that we're promoting here. It does not include a covered sand storage area. What we're intending to do is to kind of decentralize the operation that we have now, which right now requires that we have our salted sand at the central landfill facility, which is causing problems at the landfill. The landfill in past years where the contract structure required that we provide those materials to contractors and be available to them at central landfill. When these materials were needed, contractors were showing up at off hours beyond the permitted central landfill permitted hours and causing disruption to adjacent properties and causing complaints and potentially causing issues with our permit for the central landfill. Another issue that's coming up now is our shed that's on site is insufficient to contain the entire volume of salted sand that we need to service all the RSAs through the course of a winter. And as you can imagine, without a hard pan floor, that salted sand is leaching down into our groundwater. And at the landfill, we have permit requirements. One is to monitor groundwater. And what's been coming up here recently is some elevated salt in our groundwater monitoring results, which can also be a violation of the central landfill's permit. So that leads us to what do we do about this? We need to remove, like I said, decentralize the operation for the RSAs away from our central landfill. And what we're promoting is to kind of look for facilities out in the borough by co-locating them on borough facilities, for instance, out in areas where we might have transfer stations that have land available to them, where with some minor cost component can develop and expand those gravel pads, maybe move some fence lines, perhaps have to do some clearing and grubbing, provide some, like I said, gravel pads, and put those out in the RSAs and put those areas back in the control of the Matsu Borough. Right now, in a transition year this year, in prior years, we had a contractor actually come in and produce those materials, deliver them to the landfill. And in most cases, the contractors had to come to the landfill to pick those up. In several of the contracts, we had to deliver them. This past year, in the difference that we're doing now is we are using the materials generated for the excavation of the landfill cell, and we have a contractor actually generating the chips and making the salted sand. We had a little bit of clumsiness between the 2 different types of contracts from prior years and trying to mix that together with our new concept and having to push out all the materials to the contractors. There's volumes of materials that those contractors were unwilling or unable to accept because they didn't have storage on their yards. And then the other problems it creates is when we have volumes of material that were left over from a winter maintenance season that overlap with the contractor that may or may not win that contract on successive years. We have volumes of material that the borough paid for that we may have problems in recovering. So Public Works and working with amongst our several divisions, the O&M, the solid waste divisions, and the RSA boards. Like I said, 15 of the 16 support the addition of the salted sand in their RSAs. And so we're just looking for support to do these. within the RSA budgets. To Mr. Yunt's question, all we're seeking is that these be funded with RSA dollars and not with general funds.
Questions of staff? I'm sorry, who are you pointing to? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were pointing, sorry. Okay. Acting Deputy Mayor, you still have questions, sir?
So through the mayor, under the contract to produce sand and salted sand at the landfill and chips and whatnot, weren't they also going to haul that material to the RSA contractors? I thought that was part of that arrangement down at the landfill to excavate out the cell, produce the sand and the chips and whatnot, and to then haul it out.
So through the mayor. So under our current contract structure, we have a contractor that's not an RSA road maintenance contractor that's excavating the cell. And yes, we do have we have line items in their bid documents that do allow us to use that service to deliver those materials out to certain RSAs. And in fact, we have used that this season to move the leftovers from last year that were at the landfill to create the space for us to produce the materials that they're under contract to produce for this season.
Okay. Assemblyperson.
Through the mayor.
Go ahead.
I was at that discussion, and that material that you made this year was supposed to be for this year's usage. And it was supposed to be delivered for $10 and how many cents a ton? Right? They weren't making material for next year. They were making material for this year, this season, and you were supposed to deliver it for $10 and some change a ton.
Through the mayor. So yes and no. So the $10 per ton is what's being charged the RSAs for the production of those materials. And that material
And
under the
delivery.
current contract structure was to be stored at the central landfill. And the RSA maintenance contracts that it currently existed, most had a provision for those contractors being responsible to pick up that material at the landfill. Some RSAs had a provision where the borough is responsible for delivering to the RSAs. So the $10 value you're talking about is only for the production of the material. It doesn't necessarily equate to the delivery. The delivery costs are separate.
Go ahead, sir.
Young Sumner and myself sat downstairs with the purchasing agent, and I forget who else it was. It was $10 and something delivered.
Can the
to
members on the phone please mute your phone? It's
to-
really
to-
coming through here.
To the contractors, and the only contractors that you weren't obligated to deliver to were the ones in this general vicinity of the core area. Is that correct?
No, it's through the mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I don't believe, your recollection, I don't believe is correct. I think the $10 value was only, it was not a delivered charge. It was material, providing the materials consistent with the RSA road maintenance contracts. And again, most of those required for them to come pick up materials at the landfill. So the $10 was a charge for the per volume that they were getting the use of, not the delivery costs.
Okay, follow up.
Yeah. Okay, so I won't argue anymore because I know what I said, and it was based on Baxter's bid from the year before. So if you look at Baxter's bid, that was delivered price. And I know what we discussed.
Through the mayor.
So-
And what you're referring to is what the current contract for the RSA maintenance contracts. And under Baxter's bid, it was to deliver to the central landfill and identified which RSAs were responsible for picking it up at the landfill.
That's incorrect. Baxter delivered it to several contractors throughout the valley, and then he also delivered to the central landfill. The sand storage, you're supposed to have out to all these other contractors that have their own facilities. So when they have their loaders and they have all their equipment sit in the yard and they get the call to respond, they jump in their loader, they get it hooked up, they fill it up, and they can go. to put in Big Lake at the transfer station, that you get robberies constantly. The people break in and steal stuff constantly. Nobody wants to put their pieces of equipment, sprue it all out. Here we've had 30 below weather, and now you want them to go out there in the middle of this field with an extension cord and hope that that loader starts so they can bring their truck over. I am not in support of all these borough-owned facility for sand piles. And apparently, we need to investigate into this contract with the sand storage or the sand that you produced this year. I guess, manager, we need to look into that, because that's not the discussion that we had. And you can pull up Baxter's contract, and that'll tell you. So I'm not in support of sand storage.
Okay.
This is Jan. I have a question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hold just a minute, sir? We have, the clerk has given me two other people that have been trying to get attention. Can you
Yes, ma'am.
hold a minute, sir?
I'll hold.
Thank you. Assemblyperson Nowers? Okay, all right. Acting Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I suppose I would have to say that I was there at that conversation too, and if what the Public Works Director is saying was what he was presenting, then I think there was a severe miscommunication, because that is not the message that I took away from that. So.
Okay. The clerk has just reminded me.
This is Jan.
We're really in the secondary amendment, which was by Assemblyperson Hale to remove RSAs 19 and 26 from the amendment that was made by Assemblyperson 2. But Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead, and thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. My concern, I would never tell another district or assembly how to spend their money. I by no means, if Mr. Hale wants those out there, then that's between him and his RSAs, and I will respect that. More than likely, my question and my concern, I guess, is that these facilities, if it's not at the contractor's yard, and we're going to build these borough facilities, right? Even if Tim's district pays for it on his own, I cannot imagine for the life of me that, a contractor's going to want to leave his equipment there. If it's at their yard, then they feel safe with their equipment there, and it's fenced in, and it's got cameras on it, it's got these things. If we go and we build borough facilities for the sand, is the borough going to put their own loader out there for the contractor to use? Probably not, and I hope not. I will never support that, right? Or does now the contractor have to leave it there? And again, or do they have to commute it there every time? I mean, if that happens, they're going to have to bid higher every time. We're getting into this discussion. We kind of got off subject here of who delivers it. Does the borough deliver it to the site, or does the contractor come get it? I don't really care, because it's going to cost relatively the same either way, and it's the same exact amount of road miles. If we take it out to our own sites, or we develop all these sites, again, it's the same road miles, right? We're not creating more work for ourselves. My big concern is whose equipment's going to be there. Will it be safe? Will it be secure? Is it going to start in the middle of the night? If it's not plugged in, okay, now, well, we know it won't, because nothing diesel does when it's cold. So now we're going to start putting in places or the means for people to plug things in. Do we got to get power to these sites? We're heading down a really dangerous road here. I mean, if we want to drive, I don't know, I like seeing RSAs use their money to upgrade their roads and maintain their roads, not develop infrastructure. And so I've got some concerns, like I said, and this may not be something we can answer everything tonight. We might have to table this for a meeting so that we can address my concerns in regards to whose equipment's going to be there. Will it be able to be plugged in? Is it going to be fenced in and secure? Right? I don't know, so those are my concerns.
Okay, so yes. So now remember, we should be discussing the RSA 19 and 26. So is there further discussion on the secondary amendment? Any objection to the secondary amendment passing? Okay, so now
This is I want to support the secondary amendment, but I can't until I get my questions answered because,
okay.
So I don't know what the solution to that is. Do we table this whole thing right now for one meeting until we can get those questions answered by Mr. Adams? Or is that something he can tell me 100% guaranteed tonight that we'll know whose equipment's there? Is there going to be electrical plugins on site? Is the equipment going to be secure? I can't support anything until I know those things.
Through the mayor. So Assemblymember Yount, this is Tom Adams. So to your point, I mean, these are all considerations to be taken into place as we move forward and plan these facilities, right? We do not have defined sites. We have concepts in our mind as to what we'd like to achieve. We do recognize the need for security. We do need to recognize the need for power. What we want to do is make these facilities available out, like I said, decentralize these out in the borough. You made comment earlier that state doesn't have these, and I would disagree. The state has a facility similar to these that they store a stockpiled salted sand over off of Springer Loop by the fairgrounds. They got a similar facility out there near the cutoff of Parks Highway and Willowhatcher Pass Road. These are all, if you're familiar with those sites, we're envisioning something.
Covered?
I'm sorry?
Are those sites covered, sir?
They are not covered, and we don't envision our sites being covered either.
And that's what I was speaking to earlier. I was confused. I didn't know. I thought what we were bringing up was covered sites earlier, and then once
No,
we
sir.
clarified that, then I apologize. I should have pulled that back. But.
Yep, no, we're envisioning gravel pads with a fenced-in area for security. In the best case, having some source of power that will allow, like I said, a piece of equipment to be plugged in if necessary. The answer, the borough doesn't own a loader. Well, I shouldn't say we don't own a loader. O&M doesn't own a loader. So, it would be a contractor provided piece of equipment, like we define in our contracts now. It'd be identifying where these locations are available for when they need, so that they can properly consider in their bid how they would best load that material and distribute it across their RSA that they're bidding on. So I see these as being very different than what you had considered in the past. These are stripped down, gravel pads, cleared out, and fenced in. And the other thing that we've done and that we've talked about with the other RSA boards is co-locating these. Not looking to do these in every RSA. We've already spent some time trying to figure out which RSAs we could share these sites at. For instance, we pair them up so they could serve multiple RSAs on one site. But we are including the cost and sharing in each of the RSAs for whatever development costs come out of that conversation. Like I said, we have 15 out of 16 RSAs that have agreed to have these in place. And we have one that has not yet put forward their list to include this. And so if that one RSA chooses not to have the salted sand storage in their RSA, I would anticipate that when that RSA comes forward under this same scenario, it would not include that line item.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
specifically to my secondary amendment, I would like to point out that the sand storage facility would be co-located for RSAs 19 and 26. So somewhere between Lazy Mountain and Butte, we would have a single unit that would serve both.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So is there any objection to the secondary amendment for RSA 19 and 26? Okay, so you're hearing no objection, then that amendment passes. So now we have the main amendment back to us regarding removing all of them except for RSA 21.
19 and 26.
But what about 21? I
21 is
thought
not
there
in.
was.
Come forward later.
They'll
21's
come
not
forward.
in- it's
Right,
not in the
yeah,
list.
right, okay. So now the amendment to remove all of them except 21 is not in there, and 19 and 26 we just excluded. So discussion by the assembly. Yes, go ahead.
I would just like to say one more thing. I think we have 600 miles of undeveloped roads that belong to the borough that citizens live on. You're spending $75,000 per RSA that currently you're getting for free, and that the contractors really enjoy having it in their own yard. So why are we throwing away $75,000 per unit just to have our own fence that and I know that it's going to be more money next year and more money next year and more money next year when you're getting it for free? That's $75,000 per RSA that you can put into helping fill some of these substandard roads.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
So to your point, you're not getting it for free.
Why aren't I?
Because what is not happening is the delivery of the materials to those RSAs, because, like I said, several of those RSAs, their contracts dictated that material is going to be available at central landfill, and they were to come pick it up when they need to use it. In order not to have it at central landfill, we had to instigate the component of the contract with the contractor that's developing the landfill, and use those line items to deliver those to those RSAs. So on top of the $10 royalty that we're charging the RSAs for the volume, they're also going to get a bill for the delivery to go put it out in the RSAs instead of storing it at central landfill. So it's not free. And as far as the 75,000 goes, that's a placeholder. We don't know what those costs are yet. Like I said, we are looking for sites across the borough that could be much less than that. We could find, like I said, some transfer stations that with a little bit of site preps, we can expand some fence line, mow down some vegetation, lay down some gravel, and then we've got what we're looking for. And now we've got under our own control that we have a site that we're stockpiling our sand, and that we don't have to worry about when contracts transfer from one entity to the next about how much volume is left in their yard that we're unable to recover, that we're unable to control. Right now, we don't have any control of whether that contractor is using those materials for our roads or whether they're using them for servicing their commercial sites. I mean, that's just the reality. It's in their yard. We have no control of when and where they get to use it. We're trying to get that under better control.
Well, how would having our own sites control that if they came and loaded it up into their end dump and took it to one of their sites?
You're absolutely, through the mayor?
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct, Assemblymember Yunt. I mean, there's a lot of questions to be answered here. I understand that part. But what we're trying to solve is, like I said, we have a problem right now where the material's at the central landfill. We need to move it out into the borough. And unlike what the comments Assemblymember Tooze is making, the comments we're getting from the contractors when we started forcing this onto them into their yards was one of resistance. They did not want to have to store these volumes of materials at their facilities. They're used to having to come to the central landfill to pick it up, and they were uncomfortable having it on their sites.
Okay.
When they come to get it at the central landfill, do they get to charge us extra, or is that part of their contract?
Go ahead. Oh, you didn't.
I didn't hear the question.
Please repeat.
When they do come to central landfill to pick it up, do they back charge us an additional amount of money, or is that part of their contract, sir?
Through the mayor, if I understand the question, Assemblymember Yunt, is that currently under the former contract, so you got to understand the road service area contracts pre-existed the format that we have now that allows us to excavate the cell and produce our own materials. And so the former contracts anticipated and dictated that those, certain amount of the RSAs came to the landfill for materials that were produced for the borough by a separate contractor and then brought to the landfill and stockpiled. And so now with this concept that we have now is we no longer have a contractor producing those outside the landfill. He's producing materials from the material being excavated within the footprint of the landfill. And now we're trying to have to get those, instead of storing them on site, we're trying to find a way to get them out to the RSA. And that's kind of that's the problem we're trying to solve.
Okay, Assembly.
Okay, so if one of the contractors comes
I call
to
the
the central
question.
landfill,
Okay. Okay, can I recognize a couple people that have been trying to say something here on this side? Assemblyperson Nowers?
Yeah, thank you. I think you answered my question, which is just, it's a choice between where the material gets stored or whether it stays at the landfill. So my question's been answered. Thank you. And the pros and cons.
Okay, Acting Deputy Mayor?
No, just in the interest of brevity and the fact that we have 20 minutes left, I call the question on the amendment.
Okay. So now we would need to do.
Any objection to
Is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, so the question then has been called on AM 22-155 as amended.
No, it's the
Oh,
primary
the amendment.
We're still on the primary.
Primary amendment.
We're on the
To
primary
remove it.
amendment.
To remove all of them except for
Yes.
19 and 26 and 21 never was in the mix. Okay. So that's the amendment. Any objections to the amendment? Do I see any puzzlement or everybody's okay? Okay. So then there's no objection to the amendment. Then before you is AM 22-155 with two amendments. Okay. Questions? Anybody have a question about? Okay. Alrighty. So any objection to AM 22-155 pass as amended? Online, anybody objecting? No? Okay, so then AM 22-155 has passed as amended. Madam Clerk?
Introduction for public hearing on January 3rd is ordinance 23003 with accompanying resolution 23001. Oh my gosh, and that is it. I was ready to read more.
And hopefully we're done with Beverly Lakes and marijuana, so, and we'll have a short meeting, huh? Okay. So Acting Deputy Mayor, would you move the introduction, please?
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearing for January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. So is there any objection? Okay, the legislation then is introduced. Deputy Acting Mayor, would you move the vacancy report?
I move to approve the recommendations of the mayor as follows, with terms beginning January 1st, 2023, Board of Ethics, Marvin Yoder, Library Board, Mary Fisher, Parks, Recreation and Trails Advisory Board, Dan Michael, Port Commission, Brian Scoresby, Greater Palmer, Consolidated FSA number 132, Marty Van Diest.
Okay, is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the agency report is approved. Other business, there is other business. There is.
No.
Yeah, that's a referral, right?
Yep, we do have a referral.
Right. So Madam Clerk, do you read that?
Mhm.
Okay.
Ordinance 23002, an ordinance amending MSB 1755 setbacks and screening easements and MSB 1780 nonconforming structures to allow buildings to be built within a 75 feet of a water body.
Acting Deputy Mayor?
I move to refer ordinance 23-002 to the planning commission for 30 days.
Discussion? Assemblyperson?
Madam Mayor?
Okay.
I would like to move to amend the referral by first having the legislation go to the Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission for their input prior to going to the Planning Commission, and extend the referral by 30 days for a total of 120 days. I know we can't speak to the merits, but I think it's important that the Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission have input. As noted, they're under code. They are our advisory body on habitat, fishery habitat and water bodies. And since this potentially could affect those, that we should have their input in the 30 days is just to, make sure we're on time. I believe their next meeting is January 19th. So it's not going to slow this process down.
Okay, so that is an amendment to.
Number 2 has a question.
Okay, so that is an amendment to the referral.
Madam Mayor?
Was
Yes.
was that 30 days or 120 days? What did I hear? Did I miss something here?
To clarify, what it would do is extend the referral from the existing 90 days to 120, which just gives the time to go through the Fish and Wildlife Commission and then come back.
Okay, alrighty. Somebody online was trying to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tim Hale. Yeah, I was going to offer the same amendment as Mrs. Mowers just offered, so I support that.
Okay, already. So the amendment, the discussion right now is on the amendment to do the additional referral plus to increase the days. And Acting Deputy Mayor, did you have comments, sir?
Oh, I was just going to object to that. We don't typically refer legislation to the Fish and Wildlife Commission. I mean, they will likely meet and have an opinion that they will, submit to us, but we don't refer legislation to them, so I object.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment.
Madam Mayor, just clarify, there's nothing that prohibits us from referring it to them, and it allows their input to go to the Planning Commission. And given the potential impacts and their role as an advisory body for us, it seems like a prudent thing to do without overly extending the timeline from, it's not like they don't meet until March. They're meeting January 19th.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Yes.
I would compromise and say 90 days instead of 120.
Okay, but still do both referrals or just the one referral? Do you want? Right, but Clerk Chamey, there was 2 referrals, not only the Planning Commission, but also Fish and Wildlife.
Correct. But
And so you're certainly welcome to make an amendment to change it back to 90, but that's what I was trying to see to be sure if it was for both referrals.
I have no objection to amending mine to 90 days as long as staff thinks that's doable.
Okay, further discussion, anybody online that have maybe been able to, yes, go ahead.
I need to know where we're at. We could, Assembly Member 2 could have struck 120 days and inserted 90. That
Right.
didn't occur.
Right.
Now, Assembly Member Nowers is saying we can strike 120 and go back down to 90. So I'm trying to figure out where we're at.
So I'd like to withdraw that amendment and propose an amendment, same amendment, but instead of 120 days, to say 90 days.
Is there any objection
Okay,
to withdrawing that, and then she can make her new one?
okay, so she is, Assemblyperson Nowers is asking for removal of her amendment, which was for the 2 referrals and the total of 120 days. Is there objection to? Yes.
It's not an objection, but a question. She's removing from 120 to 90, but she's not removing the referral to the Fish and Game Commission.
She's asking to remove that whole amendment, and then she wants to make a new amendment, I think.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear the new one.
Okay. So is there objection for the amendment to be removed from the table? Okay, so hearing no objection then.
Okay.
Assemblyperson.
So I would move to amend the referral by first having the legislation go to the Mat-Su-Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission for their input prior to going to the Planning Commission and to keep the referral at 90 days, the referral timeline at 90 days.
But still the 2 referrals.
Correct.
Okay,
I'm only adding one. There was already one.
right. So can I ask the attorney a question? Because it always seems like we do the planning commission for 90 days. Is that in code or has that just been a practice?
The 90 days, I believe, is in code. I'd have to look real quick. It's 90 days or any other time as set by the assembly.
Okay.
So the default rule is 90 days, but the assembly can always change it.
Okay. All right, so discussion on the additional referral and leaving the 90 days as that's in code. Yes. Acting deputies, you object? Okay. So, Madam Clerk?
I can get members in the room to go ahead and vote. This is to add the addition, to refer it to the Fish and Wildlife Commission along with the Planning Commission. Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Passed with Assemblymember Sumner opposed.
Okay. We're ready. And let's see, we've taken care of the reconsider.
We only just voted on the amendment. We've got to vote on the referral.
Okay. So the question now before you is the referral as amended. Objection, or maybe discussion? Objection. You have objection? Okay. So
This is referring the legislation to the Fish and Wildlife Commission and to the Planning Commission. There has been objection, so if I can get the assembly to go ahead and vote.
I thought we just voted on that, but so.
You voted on the primary amendment. You voted on an amendment to add the Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Yes, and
You
now.
didn't.
which changed the original motion. So yeah, just like earlier tonight, you voted twice almost on the same identical language.
Okay, so yes vote accomplishes the 90 days and the referral to the fish.
Both,
Yeah, okay.
to both of them.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Sure.
Is that a yes? I need a yes or a no, sir.
Sorry, man. Yes.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. So let's see, we took care of the reconsideration. So now we are to comments, right? Right. So why don't we take and start down with the attorney. Comments, sir?
Everybody have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Amen. Assemblyperson McKee, comments?
After this vote, it's kind of like an old other McKee person said, beam me up, Scotty. I don't know what just happened there, but I'm okay with the way it finally ended up. So yeah, Merry Christmas.
Assemblyperson 2. Okay. Madam Clerk?
No.
Assemblyperson Nowers?
That was a tough meeting in a lot of ways. And, thank you for the Palmer Park. That was a great spot to hear that's going forward. To explain, I I feel like I was going to lose the referral and in short time, but I feel like we are abusing the referral process with things we're putting forward that have no active support and have active opposition. And if we think we have an issue with setbacks and how that's operating, we, instead of prescribing a solution, we could ask our bodies for input on how we resolve this issue of people being out of compliance with the setback and what concerns they have, and potentially throw out a couple ideas. But instead, we're sending them a prescription that they sort of have to tell us up or down on. And so there's not much you can talk about with referrals in terms of the merits, but this one in particular, you know, if we've got an issue and we want input on it, I just feel like we're going about it the wrong way. I feel like we maybe basically already decided the route we want to go, instead of saying, hey, there's a problem here with a lot of folks being out of compliance. How can we fix that and preserve our water quality? And we heard a lot of testimony about that today, including the Beverly Lake. So just to explain the beam me up, Scotty, that's what was going on.
Okay, acting deputy mayor, comments?
No, just I guess Merry Christmas. I'll have parting comments for everybody at I think we have one more regular meeting in January, and then I did have some parting business. I moved to direct the manager and the attorney to make all efforts within their ability to address the discontinuous Old Chase Trail easement, or failing that, to bring a proposal to do the same to the assembly. And I would just like to do that, because I won't probably be here to actually see it through myself. So, yeah.
Okay, you have that, sir? Okay, so online, any objections to that direction, to the staff?
And I can speak to it real quick. We have a trail system. We dedicated the trail. There is a gap in it. So I think we should probably do something
Okay,
about that.
we need to wrap it up here. So is there any objection? Okay. Online, assembly person Hale, comments? Okay. Deputy Mayor Yount, comments?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. So there was an article in the paper here, Frontiersman, about a week ago about some sledding hills in the valley. I'll keep it brief, but the sledding hill government pink sounds like that they need a little bit of money to make it really safe. And I was concerned when I seen in there that a member of the Matsu Borough, an employee of the Matsu Borough, said that we couldn't do it because we don't have money, but nobody's ever came and asked us for money. So wanted to speak to that. The manager and I have already discussed it, but I wanted to get it out there. And then, I want to get a referral going here for the lake management plan process so we can fix that. I'd like to sponsor a resolution asking the state legislature to create a threshold for marijuana. Most importantly, I would like to get an ordinance going immediately for making it so we cannot have on-site consumption in the Matsu Borough without a threshold. And then the last thing is, great job of the Road Service Area Task Force. Thank you, Mr. Tu, for helping push that issue and get that put together last year. I think they had a lot of good information they brought us, and now we can take that and go make some improvements to the system in the future. And that's all I got. Merry Christmas, everyone. So.
Assembly person Ron, do you have parting comments?
I do. Want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. And I want to thank Rob for coming up with a good compromise and getting that pushed through. I think everybody is going to benefit from that. And I'd like to ask prayers for David Eastman and all his trials that he's going through and the trials and tribulations that he's facing right now. And I want to ask blessings for all the people in the Matsu Borough, that they turn to God and repent and love one another and be unified. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. See you in 2023. The meeting's adjourned at 11:50.